rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Madam Court Officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-05, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. First of all, I will call the appearances. Madam Prosecutor, could you tell us who's present for the Specialist Prosecutor's Office?
Good morning, Your Honors. The Specialist Prosecutor's Office is today represented by Mr. Alex Whiting, Deputy Prosecutor, Mr. Cesare Misalchuk, Prosecutor, Case Manager Line Pedersen, Legal Intern Ryan Marr, and myself, Associate Prosecutor Silvia D'Ascoli.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, everybody. The participating victims in this case are today represented by my co-counsel, Annebrecht Vossenberg, and by myself, Annie Pusis, counsel.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Defense is represented by Mr. Betim Shala, co-counsel, Fatmir Pillai, investigator and interpreter, myself, Julius von Monet, and today in the courtroom is present Mr. Salih Mustafa. And if it's possible, I would like to raise a practical matter before starting with the witness later on.
We will do that afterwards. And for the record, you are appearing before trial panel 1, and Judge Mikola is connected with us remotely. We will hear today the testimony of defense witness 200, Mr. Brahim Mehmetai. However, before that, the panel would like to address a number of issues. First, with the Victims' Counsel. You indicated that during the hearing of 21st of March, that you would file a response to filing a 334 made by the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of Kosovo in due course. And this is to say that the panel expects Victims' Counsel to provide a response within the time limit prescribed by the rules. Second, it's also for the Victims' Counsel. We noted your submissions made during the same hearing, and you indicated that you intended to request the appointment of an expert to calculate the alleged material damage suffered by direct victims as a result of the crimes alleged in the indictment. And accordingly, the panel orders Victims' Counsel to propose one or more experts to assist the panel in assessing the financial compensation for the material damage allegedly suffered by the direct victims by no later than Friday, 22nd of April. And this is, of course, without prejudice to the final determination of the panel as to the guilt of the accused and to any reparation order that may stem therefrom. Yeah. This concludes the panel first oral order. And for the next issue, Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. And this is an issue for the SPO. We noted that the SPO has not disclosed all the material that it intends to use during its cross-examination of witness 200, because we saw that it has been released in legal workflow, but not formally disclosed. And the way of storing items in legal workflow can also have consequences how to find it. So my question, or the question of the panel is, does the SPO intend to disclose this material, and if so, when?
Yes, thank you, Your Honors. The materials, I think you're referring to the open source material in particular, has not been disclosed through a legal workflow disclosure package, simply because, as we said yesterday, we did not intend to add these materials to the list of exhibits. However, and therefore, being those available just for credibility purposes during cross-examination, we put them in the presentation queue as it was done previously with another witness. If it is Your Honor's preference that these documents be disclosed formally through a legal workflow package, we can certainly do that. And
Okay.
I will consult with our case manager, but I think we can do that this morning during the direct examination of the witness. But that is the reason why.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. Yes, then I will now give an oral order. The panel orders the SPO to disclose the material that it intends to use during its cross-examination for the witness on legal workflow as soon as possible, and you indicated that it would be during the morning, but at the latest today. And
excuse me, Your Honor.
No,
just a clarification. Shall we proceed in this way for all of the
Yes.
upcoming witnesses? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the panel expects for the future that when a party or a participant intends to use for its questioning of a witness material that has not previously been disclosed, that you should also clearly indicate what is new and what is not new, in order for us to avoid to have to confront the material against what was already disclosed. And that leave shall be requested to use such items as set out in paragraph 31 of the decision on the conduct of proceedings. Because yesterday, I have a preference that we don't do it in that way. It was a kind of search for the panel to see what was new and what was not new. And if you just make it a formal issue, it's more organized and more efficient, I think.
Yes, absolutely, Your Honors. We will indicate a column in the list of documents to be used, which indicates the previous disclosure packages. And for the new one, we will file them contextually. And if it is okay with Your Honors, we would seek leave for the newly added material in the email whereby we send the list of documents, so that it is clear to the parties and to Your Honors.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honors.
Very well. This concludes my third oral order. Yes, and with a view to the defense witnesses who are planned for next week to give their testimony, we would like to remind you that pursuant to paragraph 34 of the decision on the conduct of proceeding, the calling party, and in this case that is the defense, should provide the panel, CMU, and the non-calling entities with such a list via email at least 5 days before the commencement of the testimony's the witness of the testimony. So that means, depending on how we proceed this week, that some lists should be coming up already in the coming days.
Yes, Your Honor, we will certainly do that, and it relates to the issue that I wanted to raise.
Okay, very well.
That
You
is
have the floor.
The following, because we have been in consultation with WIPSO on this issue. Next week we have 4 days of hearing, so it's feasible to finish 3 witnesses, which is 300, 400, and 500. Now the week after, there is 3 days, Monday 4th, Tuesday 5th, and Wednesday 6th April. And if we would not be able to finish with 2 witnesses in that week, then it would mean that the 3rd witness would have to stay for about 4 days or longer in the Netherlands to wait for the day that he comes. So in consultation with the WIPSO, it would be really, I think everybody would be very happy if in that week, so only 2 witnesses could be scheduled, 500 and, 600 and 700, rather than lining up already the 3rd one, because that might mean that that person would need to stay for 4 days. So it is the request of the defense to do so, but I'm very sure that WIPSO will be very comfortable in that period to schedule those 2 rather than 3.
I will come back to you on that.
Yes.
I will come back to you on that, but I can already tell you that the panel has a strong preference to have 3 witnesses, at least 1 witness lined up. Also because if I look at the schedule here, they are foreseen both for 2 hours of estimated direct examination, and we have the courtroom at our disposal next week and the other week and every week. We have tried to do that for 3 days, and I really think it's important to use that courtroom time and also the time we have reserved to proceed. So I will deliberate with the colleagues, but this was our initial position, and if we would go along the proposed way, that would mean for all the future weeks that we would stop at 2 witnesses, and because we have every week 3 courtroom days at our disposal, and for now, depending on things evolve, we always take it as it comes in the courtroom. So, but for now, I have some hesitation. But we will come back on this.
As I say, I've been in consultation with WIPSO about it, and that's why here on this week there was only an issue. There's also sometimes a rival issue, but in principle, we understand well that it is 3 witnesses a week for those who are scheduled for 2 hours. I mean, that should mean 1 witness per day. Just that seemed to be a little problematic for the WIP, so that's why but I'll hear from you, and then I'll get back to WIPSO on it, and then we will make the schedule this week, or even today, for the next week and the week after, a list via email with all the people appearing. Okay.
Clarify why specifically that week? Because do you see that my remark that if we would consent to it, it would seem like a sort of precedence. So I don't. Is it a request only for that week, or is it a request for all the upcoming weeks there are? Because almost all the witnesses are scheduled for 1 hour, 2 hours, sometimes 3.
Yeah, as I say, I got it also from WIPSO, so that's why I know that it, in particular this week. But for us, we think 3 witnesses a week, that should do it. but apparently there is something that
Okay.
I don't know of.
Thank you for
So
bringing this.
nothing to set a precedence. Let me be very clear.
Now,
on
what
that.
I now understand is that it might be something for that specific week. I will come back to it. I look at the Madam Prosecutor. Is there something you would like to say in this regard?
No, Your Honors.
No.
We're ready to continue.
Okay. And Victims' Counsel?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Very well. We can now proceed with the testimony of the defense witness 200. Madam Court Usher, can we usher the witness into the courtroom? Mr. Mehmetai, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Chambers.
Van Beers. Thank you. Oh. Yes, I do.
First of all, how are you?
From your perspective. I think good.
Today we will start with your testimony, Mr. Mehmetai. You are called to testify before the specialist chambers in the case of the specialist prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa to assist the panel of the judges to reach a verdict. After you have taken your solemn declaration to tell the truth, you will be asked questions by the defense counsel of Mr. Mustafa, the lawyers representing the victims admitted to participate in this case, who are sitting on your left hand, nearest to you, and the lawyers for the prosecution, and by us, the judges of the panel. Okay? I would like to provide you with some guidance for answering the questions that you will be asked. Mr. Mehmetai, please listen carefully to each question. If you do not understand, feel free to ask for the question to be repeated. Yeah? We want you to tell the truth and to tell us what you saw, experienced, heard, or saw yourself, or sensed yourself. If you did not see or hear yourself, but you found out in some other way, you should say so and explain to us. You may not remember all details of the events, and this is perfectly fine. Please testify just on what you remember. Do not guess, do not make things up, and there's nothing wrong in saying I don't know. Have you understood all this, Mr. Mehmetai?
Yes. Could the witness be asked to speak closer to the microphone, please, Your Honor?
Mr. Mehmetai, could you please try to speak closer into the microphone, because if not, the interpreters cannot hear what you say.
Okay, I will.
I would like to give you some practical advice for your testimony, Mr. Mehmetai. Everything that we say here is translated and recorded. So it is important to speak, as we just said, into the microphone, to speak clearly, and to speak at a slow pace to allow the interpreters to translate everything. And you should only start speaking when the person asking you a question has finished speaking, because if not, the translators overlap, yeah? And then we get any translation. When a question is asked, please count in your head up to 5 and only then give an answer. And this pause of 5 seconds is essential for us to properly hear, translate and record what you are saying. If you have any questions, if you need a break, raise your hand and you will be given the floor and you can indicate what you need. Have you understood all this, Mr. Mehmetai?
Yes, yes.
Very well. As we must do with every witness, I will now ask you to read your solemn declaration to tell the truth. And I remind you that it is an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give a false declaration. Do you understand this?
Yes. I understand.
Please read the text provided to you.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Mehmetai. You are now under oath to tell the truth. We can now begin with the testimony of Mr. Mehmetai, starting with the questioning by the defense counsel. Mr. Van Bonnet, you have estimated 3 hours for your questioning. As usual, please inform the panel of any changes in this regard for planning purposes. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Witness. Mr. Witness, I would like to go back with you to the 80s, in particular the period of 1998 and 1989. And at that time, you joined an underground organization, and could you tell us what was the name of that underground organization?
Yes, Your Honor. It is true that by the end of the 80s, I joined the underground organization called the Movement for the Republic of Kosovo, LPRK.
And at the time, I understood it operated under a group of 3 people. My question is, what was the aim of that group of 3 people and that underground organization?
Because of the specificity of the time and the dangerous activity that we were organizing, we used to function in popular councils, as we call them, composed of 3 members. Their duty was to prepare for an eventual war situation against the occupiers and to raise the awareness of the citizens that war was the only way out of the situation that is to get rid of the occupiers and liberate the country.
Mr. Witness,
I'm sorry, Your Honor, we can't hear him very well. If he could ask again to speak more loudly, I don't know.
Defense counsel, excuse me, Madam Interpreter, is it the witness or the defense?
The witness, Your Honor.
The interpreters cannot hear you very well, so we should try to find a way to improve that. Okay, we will give it a try again. Yes. Okay. Please proceed, defense counsel.
the LPRK, as you said, was raising awareness in the population. The awareness of what exactly are you speaking about?
Actually, we were under occupation and lived under great pressure and violence exerted against us by a state that committed evil things against the Albanian population. And we were willing to join forces and work to come to freedom. That was the aim of our activity.
This LPRK, of what kind of people did it consist?
Persons who were willing to join the organization in order to achieve freedom, volunteers, young men, and so on.
How did that develop, that organization? Could you tell us?
It is not part of my responsibility how this developed. I was part of a popular council in Pristina composed of 3 people, but I was not familiar with the overall organization of this movement.
And stay all the time together, or were there at some point in time, was there any split in the organization?
It separated sometime in '93. It divided in 2 wings, and 2 organizations resulted thereof: LPRK and LK, National Movement for the Liberation of Kosovo, LKCK.
And did, in fact, make it a difference in their activities of the LKCK and the LPK?
I'm not clear about the question, but there was a distinction.
Could you rephrase the question, because also for me it's not clear.
As there was a split of the LKCK into LKCK and LPK, was there actually a difference in their activities?
To my knowledge, the difference was that the LKCK operated outside of Kosovo, whereas the LPRK operated within Kosovo, at least this is what I know.
Okay. And with the operation of the LPK continuing, in which areas did they mainly look for people to join this organization?
I don't know. It's not known to me.
At which period in time did you join the LDK?
I joined the LDK since its very foundation in 89-90.
And which positions did you have in that party?
I was involved in almost all its structures. I was chairman of the youth branch for Pristina, then member of the presidency at the level of branches, up to member of the General Council of the LDK.
And in which year was the BIA unit formed? Do you know that?
The BIA guerrilla unit officially was formed on 20th of May 98, and it started its operation after the release from prison of Salih Mustafa. I met him when he was released, and we agreed to start that the units start their operation.
And what was the aim of that BIA unit actually?
The aim of this guerrilla unit, or the aim of the KLA members, was to fight the enemy and to win freedom, the liberation of the country. That was the main objective.
And what was the area of operations of the BIA unit or units?
Based on the competences or powers, BIA didn't have any specific area under its control. It operated or acted, how to say, almost in Pristina, within the city, in the periphery of the city and in the rural areas. It also contributed to other areas, Obilich, Fushkosova, and other areas that I don't remember now, but it contributed wherever it could.
If we look at the BIA unit and its the way it was organized in Pristina, could you tell us how actually that was organized? What do we need to think about people who were members of the BIA or where they were located? Could you tell us that?
Yes, the time when we operated, it was a very risky time. I am talking about Pristina, which was entirely under the control of the military and paramilitary forces of the Serbs. And it was not easy for us to get organized. We could involve people that we trusted. We started from our own families, our in-laws, our friends, people who we knew had a patriotic background, and we started to talk to them, to convince them that we are on the right path, that we have started to form small units in order to protect people so that not many people knew about our activity and work. And so this is how we operated, forming units with our family members, people we trusted.
Where in Pristina would they operate then? I mean,
Depending on the time period that you are asking me about, but initially we operated in, it operated in some neighborhoods of Pristina, and then all over Pristina.
understand some neighborhoods in Pristina or all over Pristina, but where would the people be located in fact?
I'm sorry. Microphone, Your Honor.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Madam Court Usher, do I have to bring in something more substantial?
Yeah.
I'm sorry for this minor incident with the water.
So, Madam Court Usher, thank you very much for this.
Shall I continue with my answer?
To ask the question again and then we start again.
Yes.
Defense
So-
Counsel, you have the floor.
So you spoke about the people, that they were in neighborhoods and all over Pristina, but where would these people be actually located and what would they do from there?
At the start, and for a certain time, we carried out the entire activity from our own homes. My home was one of them. Other people's home that we trusted. That's where we met and talked, discussing what we have to do. But initially, as I said, we used our own homes. Then we used other homes that we deemed to be more reliable to stay in, people's homes that we talked with, and then we used their homes.
And in fact, what would be done primarily from those homes? What would primarily be done?
In those houses, meetings were organized, talks were being held, the materials were being printed and prepared, and our friends from the clandestine movement from other parts would come and stay there. So we mainly used those houses for the activities that we carried out at the time.
And did the people know in one house, for example, whether people who were operating in another house, would they know each other or would it just be separated?
We were careful in that respect because of the danger. Some would know, for example, about a house, some others would not. Some had another safe house to stay in. So it was impossible actually to know all the houses that we were staying in and actually to know each other, all of us.
Apart from having meetings, would there be other reasons to use a house? And if so, could you tell us what kind of reasons the houses would be used for?
No, I don't remember any other reason.
You were a member of the BIA, correct?
Yes, of course.
Exact role.
My role began from the very beginning, from the agreement with Salih. I was his deputy commander or his assistant up to a point when my duty changed.
And could you tell us how was BIA organized? Were there any particular units which had a specific task, or would everybody do everything? How would that be organized?
Yes. When it was officially established on the 20th of May 1998, the headquarters of the BIA guerrilla unit was established, and 4 sectors within it were also formed. These sectors were the following: the health sector, the logistics sector, the information sector, and the morale and politics sector. So the BIA mission involved these 4 sectors, and of course the main purpose was our struggle against the enemy, which was our main goal.
And could you explain what, for example, the health sector of the BIA would do?
At the circumstances of the time, which were very there at the time, the occupier got involved in healthcare as well. It prevented Albanians from being treated in health institutions. So in this respect, we were forced to do something about it. We spoke to Flora Brovina, a doctor. She previously had a humanitarian organization that contributed in this respect. And in talks with her, we established some health centers where people who needed healthcare were treated, where wounded from the war were treated, and so forth. Up to the time when we could stay still in the town. That's up till then that these centers could operate. So the person in charge of this sector was Dr. Flora Brovina. She had her own staff that helped her with health care. This was the main role. Another role of this sector was to collect medicines and to supply the units of the lab operational zone with medicine. So Flora Brovina was mainly engaged in these activities.
I understood there was also a sector preoccupied with logistics. Could you elaborate on that, what that would do?
Po kryesisht edhe ky sektor
This sector too was involved in humanitarian aspects in the need to survive. It concerned people who were displaced and moved to Pristina. So we contributed in furnishing them with blankets and whatever they needed. And of course, we always had in mind the needs of the units and of the soldiers who were fighting for the liberation of the country. So other zones were also helped by Pristina because it was at the time the center of supply up to the moment when the bombing started. So this was the work that this sector did. It helped the population, it helped the brigades with food, with clothing, with blankets, and so on.
And where would these foodstuffs and blankets be stocked? Where would you stock them? Where would you keep them?
sistemi të natje
With the agreement of political parties, there was a council for emergency aid at the level of the provisional government of the time. I was leading the Pristina branch of this organization. This municipal council collected foodstuff, clothing, blankets, mattresses, and so forth. And from there, these things were distributed elsewhere. This agreement was not known by those people who formed the municipal council. They actually did not know that I was using it also for these purposes.
Was there any other sector in the BIA?
po ka qenë sektori për informacion.
The other sectors were the information sector and the morale and politics sector.
Information sector do?
Po natë ku
At the time, the information sector was involved in collecting information in order to inform the civilians, the KLA structures, the soldiers, about the movements of the enemy, and also to inform the international organisms about the violence that was exercised against the population. So to inform the organizations dealing with human rights. This information that was collected was distributed also to the Council for Human Rights. And from military point of view, this sector observed the movements of the enemy. For example, we monitored the barracks of the enemy, how they were equipped, what was their materiel, what was their motorized strength. So this was the role mainly.
From where would those observations be done?
po brenda Prishtinë dhe rreth Prishtinë.
Inside Pristina and around Pristina, but mainly inside Pristina, wherever they were stationed. That is the army, the paramilitary forces of the enemy. So we monitored their movement. We would see where they are, at what time, where to they're heading, and so forth. And then we passed the information to those who had interest to know it.
Who had interested to know that?
For example,
Well, for example, as far as I remember now, after all this time, I know that once we received a task from Commander Salih to go out and note all the barracks that are in Pristina. There were recordings, there were drawings, there were descriptions. So this report was asked by the staff of the lab operational zone. I don't know if this is of any help to you.
And lastly, the morale and politics. Could you explain a little bit more about that?
deri me fillimi e
Up to the bombing, this sector within BIA had contacts with its members in order to raise the awareness amongst them that war is the only way out. So we tried to raise the level of morale and to prevent them from falling into the trap of propaganda that was held by the Serbian forces. We wanted them to know that this is a just war, so this was the moving force. And when we went outside in the peripheral area of Pristina, we continued these activities, and of course the meetings then were more frequent. So this was the main task, to keep the level of morale up and to prevent the Serb propaganda from causing insecurity amongst our members.
Was there any military training done or conducted by BIA?
To my knowledge, no, there wasn't. We didn't have the capacity and the possibility to organize trainings. There were people who had served in the army of the former Yugoslavia, but I don't know that there was any specific or special training within BIA unit.
And were the people of BIA, were they armed?
Partly. They were partly armed. Because of the nature of the work, most of its members stayed in the city, and those who were in the city could, for example, have a revolver or a pistol just for their personal security. And those who moved outside from the town, they had weapons. I personally was armed.
Who supplied your arm, for example? How did you get your arm?
Since this is a direct question, I'm saying that I bought my weapon myself, and for others, we bought the weapons. It was very difficult to bring the weapons from Albania because of the distance and the insecurity. There were cases when we received weapons from there, but these were mainly weapons that people had in their homes, those who didn't want to fight, they came and handed in their weapons, gave them to us. Then there was a supply line from Serbia, and through this line people would buy their weapons. If I'm not mistaken, it was from Novi Pazar, this supply line.
But if you would look at the overall picture of BIA, would this be an armed formation, or would it be primarily consisting of civilians who are unarmed?
This question has an answer. The BIA organization and the KLA organization in general had a name, Soldier of Freedom. Some of them had weapons, some of them didn't, but they were all soldiers of freedom, and they all were engaged in freeing the country from the occupier. So BIA, as an organization of the KLA, had the structure that I mentioned.
You said that the BIA operated primarily or in many neighborhoods in Pristina, and my question is, did that change after the NATO bombing of Pristina?
In fact, it did. With the NATO bombing, the situation from the organizational point of view changed. A situation was created since some of the units we had in Pristina had to move from Pristina to a safer locations. A part remained in Pristina, but not for long, because the Serbian forces then began to search the Pristina neighborhood. So some of them had to join the columns of civilians that were forced out of Kosovo in the direction of Macedonia. So the situation changed due to those circumstances, due to the bombing.
Live with your family yourself in Pristina at the time of the bombing?
I would meet my family members. I did not live with them, but I would meet them. They stayed in Pristina and in the peripheral part of Pristina. They didn't go out, but every now and then I would meet them.
Yourself at the time?
In the hills, in the mountains, wherever I could.
And that was at the time of the bombing?
After the bombing, yes.
Could you describe? Was there a particular point that you? Was there a particular point in time that you left Pristina?
I mainly moved within Pristina itself and in the peripheral part of Pristina. The main point where I would go was Butovce and Sofalia. Sofali is a neighborhood within Pristina, where Butovce is a sort of a hamlet, a small village near Pristina. So these were the main two locations where I would go. If there's a need to explain why I went there, I would do so.
Later, just in the period of time between the 24th of March and the end of March, could you describe that period of time, the last week of March in Pristina? what actually was happening.
Kur kanë filluar bombardimet me
When the bombing started on the 24th of March, I was in Pristina, in my own neighborhood. It was a mixture of emotions because the civilians received well the beginning of the bombing, but at the same time they feared of what was coming, what would happen. So at the time, I remember it very well. I and some members of a unit that were nearby, we tried to stay close to the population and help them in case of a massacre or violence, which was expected from the Serbs. So we stayed in the neighborhood up until the 31st of March. I'm not quite exact with the dates. This is an approximate date. So from this date on, the Serbian forces started their activity, not massacres, but they would go into neighborhoods, drive the people out. So we left the neighborhood and took the population to Butov. Some civilians went to a nearby village. The interpreter didn't hear the name of the village, so that was a safer area because it is a mountainous area and there are some small villages. I myself then returned to Pristina on purpose. If you want me to continue, I will.
Because you say that people had to leave their homes. Why was that and who did that?
It was a very bad time. It was also the Muslim feast, Bayram, at that time, and the Serb forces, police, military, paramilitary forces, started to move towards the houses. There was a great number of troops, and people were panicked, so they started to leave. The Serb forces set fire to the houses and loot them. They wounded one or two citizens. Other than that, there were no casualties. So, because of the fear of repression and violence, people left. But it was also the underlying idea of the occupiers to evict and to displace people from their homes.
And was it becoming more difficult in that period of time to move in and out of Pristina?
Yes, it was very difficult because the number of inhabitants was small at the time in Pristina, and the enemy could survey every movement. So our work became more difficult to enter and leave Pristina, but we still continue to go inside Pristina and leave it.
When you you spoke about the end of March. You were not sure about the date, the 31st or another date. What happened on that particular day?
As I said, on that day, the Serb forces started to displace people from their homes, and people, in a panic, started to leave and head towards higher terrains, mountains or hills. And they moved to some houses where some of our forces also stayed. In Mramor, too, there were many civilians who lived there until a certain period of time. When I saw that all the citizens found accommodations, were sheltered there, I returned to Pristina with another soldier. I remember I went back to my home. I said earlier that my home was used for the organization of the BIA unit, and I still had the computer there. So I returned to my home to get the hard disk, fearing that it might fall in the hands of the police. So it might endanger all our families that were in Pristina at that time. Even though I thought it might be burned, my home, it was not burned. And I was surprised that the forces hadn't even entered it. So I went inside, got the hard disk out of the computer, and then went to another house which was used by the communal council for emergency aid. It too was intact. It is in a elevated point. From there you can see what's going on around it. When I entered that house, I saw that there were supplies which were of interest to us. The Serbs hadn't touched them either. I stayed there for a while, and then I went to sleep at another house. In the morning, I came back to see what food supplies might be used by us. I got them and went to Butovs. I informed the supply units that in this place there is flour, there is sugar, oil, and blankets, and that we should try to organize to get these supplies. That was what I did.
At that time, you were staying in Butovs and going to Pristina. Is that correct? Do I understand that well? To just what you said, you spoke about computer and other materials that you retrieved, but you were at the time staying in Butovs, is that correct?
When the airstrike started, it was impossible to stay permanently in Pristina. So I personally, along with some others, stayed in Butovs because it was situated at the periphery area and it was not controlled by the enemy forces, but at the same time it was near Pristina. So that's why I stayed there. But on the 31st of March, when the citizens were displaced from that area nearby, I returned to Pristina, and as I explained earlier, I got the hard disk. And then I continued to stay in Butovs for a while, and then I went back to Pristina and so on.
Was it, when you returned to Butovs, was it possible to establish this kind of supply line of the stock material that you had uncovered? Was there, for example, next to you also maybe other people who would try to retrieve this material?
It was not only that place that I mentioned, and there was also in that neighborhood an organization called Mother Teresa, which was also involved in humanitarian aid. So both of us, we got all the supplies, and through Butovs, Matichan, Butovs, we took these supplies to Mramor and distributed the aid to the population because we didn't need them for ourselves, so we wanted to help the people who were there as refugees.
Pristina, to retrieve these materials, how would you actually go? Would you go on foot or with a vehicle or?
Oh,
with a bus or what?
aantal in zitten we
The members of the units involved in this thing went on foot to Pristina. They were to their own neighborhoods and got their own vehicles. One got his tractor, another his car, and so they filled them with the food supplies and went to Butovsk. Fortunately, they didn't run into any forces, and so they brought these supplies.
To retrieve, for example, your computer materials that you said, did you do that in the day or in the evening, or was it easy to circulate?
dit Koran voor Pristina.
When I went to Pristina that day, it was very dangerous because people had moved out, and in real terms, I didn't know where the Serb forces were stationed. So I went there together with a bodyguard, and we passed, fences and walls, and arrived at the house where, in the meantime, it was dark.
For how long did you stay in Butovsk about?
Om boodschapscentrum.
I stayed there for a long time. I don't know what period of time you are asking me about. I'm not clear about what period you are asking, because I stayed there most of the time.
And which period are you talking about that you were staying actually in Butovsk? From what moment on did you stay in Butovsk? Not permanently, I say, but I mean in order to go back and forth to Pristina.
My stay in Butovsk was longer after the offensive, because we were obliged that we had a base in Salih. After the airstrikes, it was impossible for us to remain there, so we moved to another place, to Butovsk. And there I stayed all the time, and sometimes we went to Pristina. It was a place where we stayed there. Otherwise, it was impossible for us to operate in Salih.
And did you meet actually Salih in that period of time that you are speaking about?
Defense Counsel?
Yes?
Sorry. You asked a question about the period that the witness was in Butovsk.
Yes.
I didn't hear an answer, and I would like to
I can
ask
get-
you to elicit that answer from him.
Yes.
And I don't want to wait till it's our turn.
Yes. So, taking the point from the airstrikes, which is the 24th of March, you said, and you said the 30th or 31st of March, it's people are 31st of March, people are evicted. Yes.
I will ask the question. You were standing.
Yes, Your Honors. It was just to say that the witness seemed to have said twice already that he was in fact in Butovs after the NATO bombing.
Yes.
And just a caution that it is important to avoid leading questions as to the specific time in this regard.
Yeah.
But
I wanted to
let's see
know
how
till
it
when.
develops.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask that again. Till when were you in Butovsk? That is what I want to hear.
Your Honor, I stayed in Butovsk until the end of the war, or the beginning of the coming of the NATO troops in Kosovo, 12th of June 99. But now and again, frequently I moved out of it. I went to Pristina, but there was where I was stationed most of the time.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
I want to speak the period after the 31st of March. So I assume you were at that time in Butovs. Speaking about the first week of April 1999, with who were you staying there?
As I said earlier, when I returned to Butovsk from Pristina, I think it must have been the 3 first days of April, and I went to the place where we used to stay with via guerrilla soldiers, where I met the people there. I talked about the idea of retrieving that supplies from Pristina. We talked with Salih about other things that we had to do then.
What did you talk about with Salih that had to be done at that time?
I remember very well that because of the grave situation, the deportation of the citizens, the violence some were subjected to, the situation in Pristina was very grave. A large number of our members had their families in Pristina. They didn't know their whereabouts. And Salih asked me to work to keep up the morale of the soldiers and to be able to obtain as much information as possible regarding their families and the rest of the population. At the same time, also to follow the movements of the enemy threatening us, because our base was very close to some antennas or the communication center of the Serb army. We were very close to that. So we discussed to take care to survey the situation there so that we were not attacked and found unprepared. That was more or less.
Would you sleep in Butovs?
Yes, I slept there. My family also stayed there, but in another house. So sometimes I went and visited my family. But mainly I slept in Butovs, in that place where we used to stay as guerrilla.
Meeting that you are speaking about with Salih, to know what to do or what to do. Could you approximately put that in the time frame after the 31st of March, or any other reference point that you have? Can you recall this?
To my recollection, on the 31st of March, I returned to Pristina, where I stayed 2 or 3 days. So it may have been 4, 5, or 7 of April, where I stayed in in Butovs, where I often talked with Salih, not only with Salih, but with other people too, in Butovs and in some other points in the periphery of Pristina, which were places where many civilians moved to. And I remember some people came to us and asked us for help, where to go, where to find food, and things like that, because we were the only hope for them at the time, that is, for the people living in Kosovo.
Did Salih also sleep in Butovs, where you were staying?
Po normal, po kafe.
Yes, yes, he did sleep in Butovs. And I remember maybe 2 nights we slept there together.
And to your recollection, do you recall how often you have seen him in that period of time?
Kan. Fall.
Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
How often have you seen him in that period of time?
Po nuk më kujtohet me.
I can't remember the number, but I saw him frequently. I can't give you an exact figure.
Could you tell the place where you stayed in Butovs? What kind of place was that?
Po jo, aty ishin
There were 2 neighborhoods there, and the entire organization regarding accommodation, sheltering, it was based on family. That is, one family lived in one place where there were 4 or 5 houses belonging to the same family. I remember we lived in the Sopi family. They had 3 houses, or a Chica family. They had about 4 houses, I think. So these were mainly the 2 families with whom we stayed at a distance of maybe 150, 200 meters from each other.
Was Butovs a place where many BIA members would be together?
Butovci ishte vend.
Butovs was a place very near Pristina, and there were soldiers stationed there, a certain number, I can't say how many, but they didn't stay there permanently, they moved, as the case was with the supplies, they went to Pristina, got what they wanted, and they came back.
In that period of time that you were in Butovs, was your entire family staying there, or were they also elsewhere staying?
Familja në momentin kur janë.
When they were deported from Pristina, my entire family, I had 5 children, I had my father, my spouse, they stayed in Butovs. But there was another family that stayed in my home, a nephew of mine, a hero to the nation, they too stayed there. There were about 40,000 people that were staying in Butovs and Mramor that had left Pristina.
And these people, where would they find a place to stay? these huge, large number of people that you are saying, where would they find a place to stay?
The solidarity and hospitality was very high then. It is a part of our tradition, the more so during the war. So all the houses of Albanians living in that area were open to people coming there. Even they took in the newcomers and lived together, fed them and so on, took care of them. All the houses, without any distinction, did that.
Your movement was primarily Butovs and Pristina, or did you have movements elsewhere in that period of time? And I'm speaking directly after the 31st of March, 1999.
I don't remember very well. I may have gone to some other villages. I know I went to Mramor one time and met my father. They were refugees. He was there with some other refugees. Then I went to other places. We had other bases in Slash, Sharban. I went there too.
To Slash.
To my recollection, and I believe it's correct, 2 times.
And for what reason would you go to Slash?
The first time that I went with Flora Brovina to take some supplies, like some supplies and materials like mattresses, blankets and foodstuffs. And we took them there to supply to the population. The second time I went to meet Issa Castrati, a friend of mine who now is hero, martyr to the nation. He used to be a political prisoner. At least this is what I remember.
And could you describe how you would be able to reach Slash?
First time I went following the road from Pristina, Grashtic, not a very good condition road, but we managed to go to Slash. There was a part of asphalt road. The second time I walked for part of the road, and then I think I met someone with a tractor, and I went with the tractor.
And the first time that you were in Slash, for how long were you actually in Slash?
For as long as we left the materials there, the supplies, I don't think I stayed long. I returned again to Pristina with Flora Brovina.
Please.
Yes.
Please continue.
I'm looking at the clock, it's 11 o'clock maybe. So.
It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
It's 11 o'clock, but I didn't want to interrupt
Okay,
you
yeah,
in the
okay.
middle
Then
of
I'll,
this. So if you
Okay.
find
Yes.
a moment in which you think you can, but as soon as possible, because we have
Sure.
to go into the break.
Sure. Um, you said for as long as it took to bring the supplies there in Zlaž, and then you went back with Flora Bovina. I understand that. Correct?
Për rrethona sigurie na
Yes, for security reasons, we didn't stay longer because night was falling, so we returned. We dropped what we had to, and then we returned.
At that time that you were there with Flora Bovina, was Salih Mustafa there too?
jo.
No. The supplies were meant for the Brigade 153 staff, and Ramandini came and met us along with Fatmir Sopi. These were the two persons that we handed over these aid.
Recall where you handed over that material?
Po ka qenë
If I'm not mistaken, there was a two-story house. We passed the house of Atmir Sopi. This other house was above, a little bit further.
Okay. And the second time,
Defense counsel.
yes,
Then I would say that this is
Okay.
a natural
Okay.
moment
Then we'll do that,
to skip, to
we leave it
adjourn.
with that.
Very well. We will have a little bit longer break than usual, so I propose to have. I want to have a break till 11:45, and then, in order to keep up with the schedule of the day, we will have 15 minutes shorter break for the lunch. So we will adjourn now till 11:45.
All rise.
It's okay.
All rise.
Please be seated. Very well. I see that we are in the same composition, so for the record, we can note that. Madam Court Usher, could you usher the witness in, please? Welcome back, Mr. Mehmetai. Defense Counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Careful of the water.
Yeah.
Mr. Witness, we ended the interview before with the first time you went to Slash, and do you recall when you went the second time to Slash?
Kohën nuk e kam shumë të sigurt.
I'm not quite certain about the time, but I remember I went there.
Time as in the period, I mean. Was that in a particular period that you went there?
Po kam shku.
Let's say from the 31st onward,
Sorry, Your
March
Honors.
onward.
Yes, again, microphone is on. Just no leading question should be put, in relation to the specific period. The witness already said that he doesn't remember specifically.
No,
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. Defense Counsel, you can ask an open question and without any further references.
Just
and you can re-ask the question, but
the word
not
period,
giving dates.
rather. I mean, I'm trying to understand, not time as in what time is it, but in period. That is the question. So
that's clear, and if
yes.
not, you can always confront him with prior statements
Yes.
if you want to see if he then recalls.
do you recall which period that was that you went the second time to Slash?
Po ka qenë besoj
I do not recall it exactly in terms of dates, and of course I didn't know that I had to remember it, but it was sometime in March, April.
And at the time, I believe you said that you met Isa Castrati there. Is that correct?
Po, po,
Yes, correct. That was the purpose of my journey there.
Who is Isa Castrati?
Isa Castrati,
Isa Castrati, now a national martyr, he was a political prisoner. I met him when I was in LDK. He was chairman of an LDK branch in general. I was chairman of the youth branch. So we worked together, we carried out activities together. I organized him into the KLA structures. He, at the same time, led that municipal council for emergency aid up until the moment that he joined the KLA and took up a duty there. So after him, I followed with a humanitarian organization. So I know Isa Castrati very well, and we cooperated on various activities. So we were very close. So I get emotional whenever I speak about him.
Did he die?
po kanë ndruar jetë.
He passed away in a battle with the enemy forces. He was a freedom fighter. He was in a battle in Bulaj at Maricht, where he was killed.
And do you recall when that was? Or
Unë nuk kam qenë aty, po e di.
I wasn't there, but I know when it happened. It happened on the 21st of April 1999.
statue for him in Pristina?
Po I ka disa, ka.
There are several. There are streets named after him. There are monuments and also institutions named after him.
Any role in BIA?
Po, ka pasur.
Yes, he did have a role. He was, in the beginning, part of our structures, part of a guerrilla unit, and then he was appointed with duty in lab operational duty, and then after that he joined the 151 Brigade. And when he finished that mission, he came to us, and for a certain time he was a deputy commander or assistant commander until he died in battle.
And so, what was your purpose actually to go to Salih to meet him, or to go to Isa?
Po ndjenja për ta takuar një shok është ndjenja.
The feeling to meet up with a friend is a great feeling. So I wanted to see him, to talk to him, to see how he was health-wise. He wasn't very old, but he had gone through a lot. He was in prison for a long time. So he never stopped his national activity. After he was released from prison, he continued his activities. He joined the war. So I simply wanted to meet him. As I said, I was very close to him.
And where did you actually meet him? Do you recall that? Oh, you were speaking about Salih, but I mean, where would that be?
Yes. I met with Isaac Astrati at the safe house that BIA guerrilla unit had in Slash, the house where he was staying in Slash.
You say a safe house. For what would you call that a safe house?
Por realisht edhe atë karakter.
That was its character, because Slash is several kilometers away from Pristina at a high altitude, and at the time was a free zone. In other words, there were no military forces or paramilitary forces, enemy forces in that location. So because of the security, because of the idea that there the soldiers can have a rest safely, soldiers would go there after their tasks in other locations. So this was why it was like a safe house or a safe place to stay in.
Do you recall how that looked like?
Po.
Yes, I do recall. Yes. There was a yard with a number of houses around it.
Okay. And were there any other people there?
Po kur kam shku
When I went there, yes, there were other people there. There were.
po unë kam pa ushtar.
I saw soldiers there. Soldiers in uniforms, civilians who had fled Pristina. For example, I know that 2 families were staying there at the time. There were also local villagers who came there while I was there.
You say that there were soldiers. Which soldiers? From who were these soldiers?
Po I kanë I fillimit.
In general, Kelly soldiers from organizational point of view, there were soldiers from 153 Brigade and also soldiers from Karadak Operational Zone who were staying there.
Staying there, you mean in that yard, what you were describing?
Unë I kam taku aty, po.
I met them there.
I see. And how many civilians were staying there? Can you give an approximate figure while you were there?
Po me numër sakt unë
In a number, I might give you a wrong figure, but there were 2 families, as I said, each 4 or 5 members that had fled from Pristina. There was a family of Hassani. He had an incident in Pristina and had to flee, so they were staying there. And the other family belonged to the household of that place. 1 or 2 villagers came to bring food. I remember they brought something to eat. They were local villagers. That's it as far as I know.
As you call it. Was the BIA people the only occupants of this safe house, or were there also other people who could use this or used it?
Njerëzit e bijës aty.
The BIA people, as far as I understood, and I know that's the way it was, used only 2 rooms from the houses, from the complex of houses that were there. It was a complex of houses belonging to a family consisting of a larger number of family members. But there were also other people staying, not at the time when I was there, but this is what I know. So these were people that fled other areas and that stayed there for 1 or 2 days and then moved to somewhere else. Then soldiers from other zones would come there and stay there for 1 or 2 or 3 days and then move to another location. So in other words, this was like an open area where everybody could stay to the extent they needed.
Who controlled these houses?
Not speaking.
I would say God in a natural aspect, and otherwise there wasn't any particular control there by people.
Not any control by any people. So BIA did not control this this group of houses?
I see Madam Prosecutor standing again.
Yes, the defense counsel is basically suggesting answers. A question. Can the question be formulated in a different way? There's no foundation for this question. The defense counsel is basically suggesting answers.
I agree with the Madam Prosecutor. So,
Was there any brigade or any unit or anything that was controlling this group of houses, to your knowledge?
Defense Counsel, could you make more explicit what you mean with controlling? For me, it's not clear, and I think that the answer of the witness was that in a natural way God was controlling, because it's kind of unspecific.
Did BIA have anything? Did BIA have any authority over this group of buildings?
Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Again, the witness has previously answered the question, and there's no foundation for the question.
I don't think.
I think that, but if you want to consult, please consult before I give my decision.
Yeah, Your Honor, actually, if I may add, maybe we could excuse the witness to have a brief discussion about it, because I think we'd have to get into a little bit of detail about this.
That's very good. Madame Court Usher, could you usher the witness out, please? Mr. Witness, you will be ushered out because we have to discuss something that is regarding your testimony, and in order not to influence you, we ask you to stay outside for a while.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, I think the difficulty here is that there's no foundation has been laid for these questions. So we have no information about whether the witness has any knowledge about BIA's control of this compound, about who was there. The testimony so far has been that he was there on 2 occasions. There's no time frame has been set for those occasions. We don't know how long he was there. We don't know the basis of his knowledge. And now counsel's asking him questions about control, about who was there, about what they did there, and there's no foundation. We don't know the basis of knowledge, whether this witness has any way of knowing the answers to these questions, or whether he is just kind of speculating. He already indicated in his answer that he was providing information that he heard about the situation when he was not there. So I think the way, if I'm just suggest, the way to proceed here would be to lay a proper foundation to find out when he was there, what is the basis of his information before asking these questions, because I'm not sure he has a basis to know this information.
Yes, I disagree, Your Honor. First, the foundation is that apparently the BIA is using a safe house or a safe room in that complex. That is what the witness said. That is where he is relating it to. The period has also been indicated, because unquestionably, if you meet Isa Castrati, it must have been before the day that he died, Isa Castrati. It cannot be any other date for that. So if there is a safe house or a safe room, whatever the status of that is, we want to know who has the authority over that particular room or house. Simple as that. So the foundation is there, the period is there, and if the witness simply doesn't know, then he will say, I don't know.
Your Honor, if I may.
Wait, I was reflecting, so I won't forget you, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. No, I'm sorry. I don't think that's right, because first of all, yes, we can infer from the date of the death that it was before then, but he has not asked the witness when he was there precisely, if he remembers. But more importantly, there's no foundation for the questions he's asking in terms of, does he know, what's the basis for knowing who controlled the compound, what the civilians were doing there, how long they were there, where the soldiers were from. The way he testified, the way this witness has testified, we don't know how long he was there. Was he there for 5 minutes? Or was he there? It sounds like he was there for not even overnight. So before asking who controlled the compound, you have to establish that he's in a position to know that information. Otherwise, the testimony is worthless.
In the end, what we will do with the testimony in the end is up to you, up to us, and not up to you. But thank you for your observations. Defense Counsel, I will give you the floor once more.
Same again, Your Honor. I mean, I can repeat. The argument doesn't become stronger when I repeat it, but the time is there. There is a safe house. Apparently, BIA can use the room or the house. So somebody must have been able, or it was lent or loaned or whatever. So there must be, or maybe the families that were there. And if he doesn't know, then he will simply say, I don't know.
Defense Counsel, I suggest that we proceed as follows. For me, and it was a question I had reserved to put when the panel had its turn, was, as was pointed out by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, that when exactly he was there with regard to this apparent second time, which in the prior statement there's another time frame indication, so that's a question I will put later on to the witness. So, but for now he has given a testimony that it's apparently before the 23rd. But I would like to ask you to ask him when before the 23rd of April.
21st, yeah.
21st, excuse me, 21st of April that was, when he was there. And
Okay.
and my second point would be if you ask him, yeah, you could ask him if he has any knowledge with regard to who was in charge with regard to the safe house. And as to how we should weight it, that is for a later stage. So you can proceed.
Thank you.
Madame Court Usher, could you bring the witness in? Welcome back, Mr. Mechbatay. Defense Counsel, you.
Thank you.
Mr. Witness, you said that you met Isa Castrati, and you said that Isa Castrati died on the 21st of April. Now, taking the day of his death as a reference point, do you recall how long before you met Isa Castrati in Slash? How long that was before his death?
Do que eu estou inseguro.
I'm not very sure, but it may have been 2 weeks before.
I see. And do you have any knowledge, by the way, for how long did that meeting last? Do you recall that? The meeting with Isa Castrati.
I believe 3-4 hours. Not only with Isa. I stayed there for 3-4 hours, and during that time I met other soldiers.
Or, if you can.
Yes, I remember. There was one from Karadak operational zone. He also has died. He's a hero. Besnik Marovca, I think. I'm not very sure about his last name. I stayed with him, and I was very impressed by his enthusiasm to fight. Being a guy from the city, he came to the village, disregarding the risks and anything. I remember him also because of his death. It was a very heroic death. Very near the place where Isa Castrati was also killed. Ramadan Dini was also another person. I met him there, whom I knew from before. Rahman.
I would like to ask the CMU to show the photograph with see. Fatmir. Yes. What's the DSM number, please? Oh. I think there's only one that we have. This one. Yes.
DSM, and this is SPOE number.
Okay. It's DSM 00434. I don't see anything. Okay, fine.
You have to put on evidence.
Yes. Yes, and then please, if we go, I think it's the last page, right? 434 until 437. Let me see. Yes, this one. Yeah, 437. Yes. And can we blow this one up? Yes, maybe a little bit. Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, can you see the photograph?
Oh,
Yes.
Do you recognize this place?
observant fiscatrum po
Even though it's destroyed in a way, but this is the place where some soldiers of the BI unit stayed.
And was this also the place where you went the first time to Slange? Or was this?
The first time I went to the headquarters of Brigade 153. I don't know how to describe it. Above the house of Fatmir Sopi. I know that because it was Fatmir Sopi who met us on the road and took us to the headquarters where the place was.
Was this the location where you met Isa Castrati?
Yes, yes.
Question not clear what you mean with was this? What is this? Is this the picture or is this the house of Fatmir Sopi?
Was this the location? What the blow-up photo that we are looking at? Was that the location where you met Isa Castrati?
Okay, the prior question was about the house in apparently the village of Slas with regard to Fatmir Sopi.
Yes,
so
right, I understand. So, once again, was this the location where you met Isa Castrati?
Yes.
Where there was the safe house of Bia?
Yes.
Arrived there, did you have to pass through some sort of barrier in order to arrive on that location?
In what sense? What barrier do you mean?
Was there a gate in order to enter this?
No, there wasn't any gate. I went there as usual. You can see from the photo, you see the road. The gate was there, but there wasn't any obstacle to enter that area.
Excuse me, I have a question for the witness now. You said there wasn't a gate as usual. What do you mean with as usual?
Your Honor, I mean as usual, because usually living there you had to build a fence, you understand what I mean, an encirclement, and of course there was a door that enabled you to enter that yard or encirclement. When I went there, the doors were open, so I didn't find any obstacle, as the lawyer asked me. I meant that the door was open when I went there.
That, Mr. Mehmetai. Please proceed, defense counsel.
Was there any armed guard upon entering, when you entered? Did you have to identify yourself, or was there anybody who checked you?
When I went there, when I entered there, there wasn't any guard. And to my recollection, I don't know that there was any guard. If you ask me about any soldiers staying on guard, I didn't see any. Nobody asked me to show any identification or anything.
At the time that you met here with Isa Castrati, was Salih Mustafa there?
No, he wasn't there.
And these were the only 2 times that you were in Slash? The time of the war that we are speaking about?
Yes, during that period, as far as I remember.
Thank you very much. We don't need the photograph anymore. Mr. Witness, did Mr. Mustafa ever order you to have somebody picked up, arrested, bring him to him, or something to that effect?
Your Honor, I already told you that it was not in his power, that is of Salih Mustafa, and the structure that we led, called BIA, to have any mechanism to arrest or to detain someone. So never, in no circumstances, did I receive such an order, or anyone else, to carry out such an action that you put to me.
Did anybody else ever order you to pick up somebody, arrest somebody, or escort somebody anywhere?
Never.
When you left Isa Castrati, where did you go?
I went back to Butovs.
Actually, if the BIA had any work to do in or around Slash,
No, it had no work in Slash or around Slash. Bia used that location mainly to rest, and soldiers there changed. Some would come and stay for 2, 3 days and leave, and then others would come, stay for a couple of days and leave. So this was the whole Bia's purpose in that location.
Have you ever heard of a person with the name of Dardan?
På personer med
Yes, I've heard of persons with the name Dardan. There are many Dardans.
And were any of these Dardans involved in Bia?
ka pas po ka qenë një
Yes, there was one in Bia.
Where did that person, where was he regarding the operations of Bia?
ose gjithë tjerë.
Where everybody else was, that is from Bia soldiers in Pristina and around Pristina, but I don't know exactly what he did and where he stayed usually on a daily basis, but in general terms, he moved just like any other member of Bia.
And do you know anybody with the name of Afrim?
Me emrin Afrim,
By the name of Afrim?
Or nickname or whatever name, just Afrim.
ka atje kryesisht kur
When the organization occurred for the war, most of the people involved used pseudonyms, so it is difficult to know or identify persons only by their pseudonyms or names. But as for Afrim, I don't remember who that exactly was. He could be a member of Bia, but I don't know if you have a photograph or something that you can show me, then I can verify.
Getting back to the location where you met Isa Castrati, on that location, have you noticed or seen if there was any particular building on that location which was specifically guarded by anybody? A specific building on that location or specific structure on that location?
ju e patat fotografi.
You saw that photograph. There were no specific purpose buildings there, and a building that would be guarded in a military sense. I did not see any such building.
And on that location where you met Isa Castrati, you spoke about some families. And do you know what was, could you indicate what was the purpose of the buildings there? How did they were being used?
Po logjikisht me shku
Logically, those civilians fled the areas where it was impossible for them to stay and came to stay there. There was space for them, and their main purpose was shelter. And this was also the purpose of the BIA soldiers and other soldiers who came there. So that purpose was to take shelter.
I want to ask a question. How did you know that?
Should I say you on the road?
Your Honor, I know this because of my experience and the circumstances at the time. Shelter was the main goal and purpose of the civilians and also of the soldiers. Those houses were not military barracks, they were civilian houses that were used to provide people with shelter. So I'm speaking from the perspective of the circumstances in existence at the time in Kosovo.
You saw those people living there in those houses.
Yes, I saw them that day I was there. I saw them, but I know them personally. The family of Mehdi Aslani, I know them personally. And he has also recounted his experience, how he went there and where he stayed and so forth.
Thank you for clarifying.
Did Isa Castrati ever tell you at the time that you met him or at any other occasion before that, for that matter, if there had been people detained on that location where you met him? Did he tell you? That is the question.
No, we did not talk about such things. He didn't say anything to me.
And did you notice anything of that when you were there?
I didn't see anything extraordinary. Everything was as I described it earlier. It was an open area with people, soldiers, civilians. I told you that some villagers brought some food, so nothing extraordinary.
Just a minute. Mr. Witness, we when you were in Butovs, you spoke earlier in your testimony that you went back to Pristina to retrieve materials there. At the time, I believe that there was at some point that you were working for the lab operational zone. Is that correct?
The organization was such. BIA guerrilla unit operated within the framework of lab operational zone. And only to that it reported, and only from that it received tasks.
I understand. And what were your tasks when you excuse me, let me first ask a question differently. When was that you were appointed, if I may say, by the lab operational zone?
Zone operatieve het lopen.
I was appointed in February 1999 in the lab operational zone. There were some changes in the positions, and I was appointed at the position of the commander or the person in charge of morale and politics at the level of the operational zone. Mr. Murati was my predecessor. At the time, he was involved in other activities, and that's why he withdrew from this post. I was proposed to replace him, and that's how I was appointed.
You remained
Can you ask a question, not an affirmation? Please ask the question.
Yeah. No. February 1999. Earlier you spoke about the fact that you were in Butovs staying after the NATO bombing. Was your work or area of operations any different? Did it become any different whether you were actually doing tasks for BIA or whether you were doing that for the lab operational zone? Was there a very big difference, or was there any distinction, so to speak?
Momenten corona.
When I received the news orally that I was appointed to this position at the lab operational zone level, of course, we discussed the ideas on how to work, to find collaborators, to improve work. I wasn't physically present at the staff when I was appointed because I couldn't travel there due to the circumstances at that time. So I got to thinking how to extend the network to cover the brigades 151, 152 and 153, to contact people who were responsible in this sector. I had the structure already from BIA in terms of morale and politics, and it was easy for me to continue along these lines at operational zone level. So I was doing two tasks simultaneously, one with BIA and one for the staff, where I was not physically present.
I think we have finished our question, Your Honor.
Defense Counsel, I did not hear you, what you said, sorry.
We have finished our question.
Very well, thank you. Let me see, I'm gonna then make a new plan. I will have a look at Madam Prosecutor. Would you be able to start right away? Or we can also have, it's now 1:45, we can have a break. And my proposal would be to have a break of 1 hour and 15 minutes, because we had a longer break at 11. So I will leave it up to you. My original planning was to go on till 1:15 and then have a break of 1 hour and a quarter and then resume at 2:30. So if you would prefer to prepare for the cross-examination, then please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honors. I think it makes sense to start with the cross directly after the lunch break. Thank you.
Then we resume at 2.
Microphone, please.
Court usher, could you usher the witness out? Witness Mr. Mehmetai, we will continue at 2 o'clock with the examination by the Victims' Council and by the defense and by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office.
Okay, fun business.
Thank you.
Victims' Council, of course, you will start and not the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, but I hope it's agreeable to you two that we have to break now, because I only asked the Specialist Prosecutor's Office.
Your Honours, if I may suggest, it might make sense that I pose any questions that I might have after the cross-examination has been done by the party. I realize that this is slightly different to how we have proceeded so far. However, if and which questions I have to, for example, establish some elements of the truth-finding process where I feel there may be gaps, is something that I can best determine after I have heard the prosecution's cross-examination. If, of course, Your Honours would prefer to stick to the order that we have had so far, fine, then I would go first, but this is just as a matter of efficiency, something that I would propose.
Okay, thank you, Victims' Council. Madam Prosecutor, what is your view on that?
We are at Your Honour's disposal. We don't have any objections to that.
Okay. Defense Counsel, would you like to say anything on this?
I'd say that we proceed in the regular order, as we always done.
Thank you. I think that the suggestion of the Victims' Council makes sense, and we can always have a second round. And in the second round, I would prefer to go back to the original order. So, very well. We resume at 2 o'clock.
All right. All right.
Please be seated. I see that we are in the same composition as this morning. So, for the record, we can note that. I have two further issues I would like to communicate before we continue. First, that the panel would like to inform the parties and the Victims' Council and the registry that it is our preference to continue with the schedule of the testimony of 3 witnesses per week. And such schedule can, of course, be revised on a weekly basis, depending on the progression of the testimonies of the witnesses. And the parties, the Victims' Council and the registry shall inform us immediately if some circumstances arise that make that we should change our schedule. Yeah. And then a second point, pursuant to paragraph 27 of the decision of the conduct of proceedings, which is filing 170, and paragraph 41 of the decision on the victim's procedural rights during trial, which is filing 152, witnesses called by the defense shall first be cross-examined by the SPO and then examined by Victims' Council. And this is in line with the request made by the Victims' Council. So also in redirect and rejoinder, we will follow this order. Yeah. Very well. Then we can continue with the witness. Madame Court Usher, could you usher the witness in, please?
Your Honors, while the witness is being brought in, I can just inform the panel that the document for cross-examination that we had listed have been now in fact disclosed in a legal workflow package, and this is package 126.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Oh, okay. Welcome back, Mr. Mehmetai. Before we
Thank you.
with the cross-examination by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, one point of scheduling, I'm still awaiting answer from CMU to see if we can do a session from 2 till 4 or from 2 till 3:30, have a quarter of an hour break, and then do half an hour, because this morning it was half an hour less. But as soon as I'm updated, then I will inform everybody. Okay? Very well. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. Good afternoon, Mr. Mehmetai. I am the counsel for the prosecution. We will direct your cross-examination this afternoon. Before I start with my questions, let me remind you that we have a limited time. Therefore, I would appreciate if you would focus on my questions and just give me exactly the answer that I need, so be succinct, without expanding or adding on. And if there's any need, I will go into that. Thank you. Mr. Mehmetai, were you known by the nickname Bini during the war? And specifically, I'm referring to the period March-April 1999.
Nuk e kam përdorur vetëm
Yes, but not only during the period you indicated, but ever since I was born. My family, my relatives, all called me Bim.
And were you aware of anyone else in BIA also being nicknamed Bimi?
Eu nunca fost în Bia.
No.
And were you aware of other soldiers, KLA soldiers, with the nickname Bimi?
Po ka tillë për
There are in other organizations, but not in BIA. In BIA it was only me.
Yes, you also told us that you were not aware of any other KLA soldier in general nicknamed Bimi. And this was during the interview with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office in January 2020. Do you remember that? And I will give the references, Your Honors.
po besoj që është
I believe it's correct, then and now, because there were many members in the KLA and there may have been people with the nickname Bimi. But the important thing is that within the BIA unit there wasn't anyone by this nickname
Thank you. And Your
other than me.
portion of the SPO interview where the witness said he was not aware of BIA members or KLA soldiers with the nickname Bimi are 072957 TRET. This was part 4, page 11, lines 19 to 25.
Thank you.
Mr. Mekmetai, I understand from your prior statements as well as from your testimony today that you worked together with Salih Mustafa in order to establish KLA unit in the Pristina area. And these you told us today at page 15 of the live transcript, correct?
po e vërtet.
Correct, yes, correct.
And your work, in fact, resulted in the setting up of the guerrilla unit in Pristina, which was formally established, becoming BIA in May 1998, correct? And this is again in today's transcript, page 19.
Po e saktë është
Correct. But it was not only because of my work, it was the need to win and to be free that made us join our forces in order to be able to put up resistance against the enemy.
When you contributed to set up the guerrilla unit BIA, who were you taking orders from?
në atë kohë në tregova kur ka dalë
I already said that when Salih Mustafa was released from prison, I met him and we worked together to establish the unit. But the orders then came from the LAP operational zone, of course. Command.
Were you receiving these orders coming from the LAP operational zone?
Madam Prosecutor, sorry to interrupt. I think it would help if you would clarify to the witness that what he said in his prior statement when he was examined, that he should repeat that here again. So maybe if he's referring, I already said that if he said it today already in the transcript during this morning session, we don't want him to repeat everything he said back then, but just to remind him of that.
Absolutely, Your Honors. Thank you for the reminder. I can actually go back to the prior statement that you gave to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, Mr. Mekmetai. This was maybe there's no need to call it up. I can just read it. This was in part 1 of the same transcript cited before, page 13, line 3, and I will quote it for the record and ask you to confirm. So you were asked where you were taking directions from, who were you taking orders from to do that, and this again was in setting up the guerrilla unit in Pristina. And your answer was always through Salih Mustafa. Do you remember that?
Jo vetëm që më boj mend.
I remember that, and it is true.
And who was Salih Mustafa taking orders from in order to set up the guerrilla unit?
Ky është dallimi që unë e bë.
That is the distinction I wanted to make earlier. We worked together with Mustafa for a certain period, but then Salih Mustafa got the orders from the headquarters of the lab operational zone.
Okay, so Salih Mustafa was receiving orders from the lab operational zone, correct?
Yes, po.
Yes.
And who formally approved BIA? Who formally endorsed the existence of BIA?
Zona operative
Lab operational zone, of course, the commander of that zone.
Okay. So you told us today, page 19 of the live transcript, that you were the first assistant or deputy commander to Salih Mustafa up to a certain point, which later on was clarified was February 1999. Is that correct?
Po është.
Correct.
Can you clarify how your command appointment was made? Who gave you that position? That's what I mean.
I'm not clear about the question, Your Honor.
Who appointed you as first assistant or deputy commander? Who gave you that position?
Salih Mustafa.
Salih Mustafa.
And so you were receiving orders from him, as you told us today. This is page 22 of the live transcript. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. But not in the concrete, in the extreme sense, that is, as if there was a strict order and a command. We worked together on a voluntary basis. We cooperated in our actions before we were officially established, which was in May 1999.
After May 1998, so after the BIA unit was formally established and command appointments were made, you said Salih Mustafa gave you your position, your command appointment. You were receiving orders, tasks from him, which is, again, what you told us today, page 19, again, for the record.
We coordinated our actions together then.
And orders, right?
Okay,
Yes, yes.
Today about the 4 sectors in which BIA was organized. The reference is, yes, to page 16 and then 19 of today's transcript. So I will not go into that, but I have some additional questions on the information gathering sector. So I understand this was the sector that was led by Salih Mustafa himself in addition to him being the commander of BIA. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Madam Prosecutor?
Yes.
I would like to go back to something you said, page 66 now of the transcript, line 3. The witness said we coordinated our actions together, and then you summarized it as you received tasks and orders right, and then the witness said yes, yes, but it was kind of doubtful. I would like you to re-ask what he meant with coordinate, in order not to put words in his mouth he might not want to say.
Absolutely, Your Honors, I'll do that. Mr. Mekmetai, let's go back to that. So I'll take actually the quote from today's transcript. This is page 19. You said, I know that once we received a task from Commander Salih to go out and know all of the barracks that are in Pristina. There were recordings, drawings, description, etc. So this report was asked by the staff of the lab operational zone. So do you remember that? And I've read from today's transcript. Do you remember saying that?
Your Honor, do you want me to explain what you asked me about, or to give the answer to the prosecutor?
Okay.
Both,
Okay.
Mr. Mehmetai, and the idea is that what Madam Prosecutor said is a rephrasal of what I wanted to know. So if you could explain. No, yeah, give an answer, if you would be so kind to give an answer to the question of Madam Prosecutor, and if I need to give an additional question, then we do that.
Okay.
First of all, the way the KLA functioned then was on a voluntary basis, and we couldn't force anyone to participate in the war. We ourselves went there on a voluntary basis. When I spoke about coordination, I meant that there were no absolute orders in the sense of a regular modern army. We were not a modern army. We operated in extraordinary conditions. That's why I said we coordinated our work, our duties, our tasks and obligations. It is true that the report, the relationship between Salih Mustafa and myself was such that I was his assistant. He received the duties, tasks from the lab operational zones. He conveyed that to us, and we carried them out. In answer to the direct question, it is true that Salih Mustafa got the duty from the lab operational zone commander to observe all the bases in Pristina and the information he gave to us, and then we implemented that in practice by drafting reports, making sketches and other things that were required. And then he transmitted them to the command.
If it's clear for Your Honors, I think it is, I can move on.
Please proceed, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you. Okay, so thanks for clarifying that. I was going to go back to the to the information gathering sector. We said that you said that this sector was the one led by Salih Mustafa himself, right?
Right, yes.
And you told us in prior statements and also today when summarizing from page 19 onwards the different functions of these sectors, you told us that this function included, the intelligence gathering function included the monitoring of the movement of the enemy forces, the recording of their location in and around Pristina, and so on, right?
Pósagt.
Right.
I wanted to clarify how we worked within that sector. I think you already gave us an answer, but I will clarify it even further. What I wanted to explore was how the information was brought up to the LAP zone command. So what would Salih Mustafa, so the BIA members would collect the information, right? What would you do with that?
Yes, yes.
Yes, correct.
Understand from today's evidence?
Po, kështu ka qenë.
Yes, that was how it was.
Report the information up to the LAP zone command, correct?
Po, sakt.
Correct.
I also have the references to his consistent prior statement in the SPO interview. I can give it for the record. This is in part 1 of the same transcript, page 24, lines 1 to 6. And so again, just to make this clear, so Salih Mustafa took orders from the LAP zone commander, right?
Po, e vërtet.
Yes, correct.
He reported the information he gathered through his unit to the LAP zone command, right?
Po, po.
Yes, yes, correct.
A little parenthesis on the composition of the BIA unit. Can you tell us how many soldiers or members of BIA consisted of at its highest?
Po, specifikisht.
It depended on the time we operated, but I can't be accurate, but if you are asking me about the largest, I mean the highest number at the best time of our organization, it might be up to 500.
And would the commander, would Salih Mustafa also know about these specifics, these numbers at different points in time?
Sigurisht, edhe mund të ketë.
I believe yes, he may have known. I think this is a question you have to put to Salih Mustafa. I am not that knowledgeable about that.
I want to go back to something you said today at the end of your testimony this morning. Your Honors, I'm referring to page 57 of the live transcript, lines 5 to 7. When discussing your appointment for a person in charge of the morale and politics for the LAP zone at the LAP zone level, you said that in that role you discussed the ideas on how to work, how to find collaborators, to improve work, etc.
Microphone, please.
Sorry. The issue of collaborators was an important one for the KLA, right?
Nuk e kuptoj pyetjen.
I don't understand your question. What kind of collaborators you are asking me about?
Like close questions I have been approving them for now because you were referring to the transcript. But this is specifically one you could reformulate and be a little bit more open.
Yes, absolutely, Your Honors, I will do so. So in relation to what you said, that you were discussing how to find collaborators. So my first question is, what did you mean by that?
one.
Yeah, maybe there seems to be, Your Honor, excuse me.
Wait, the defense counsel.
Excuse me.
If there's something you're going to say about the testimony that would be better that the witness doesn't hear, then I would prefer that we usher him out for a moment. So if we get now a discussion on the content, then I want him to be ushered out. That's not a problem. It's just a question. It's not.
I'm trying to.
Okay, but then I will ask the witness to be ushered out. Mr. Witness, I will ask Madame Court Officer to usher you out just for a few minutes, yeah? And then we will usher you in again.
Just to clarify what he meant.
What?
Just to clarify what he meant. In Albanian is bashkëpunëtor. To clarify what did he mean? Did he mean collaborators in English or associates?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Mustafa, please, you know the rules here. Defense counsel, please proceed.
Yeah, the question is the word collaborators, and I think it's also what the witness said when he just answered what you mean with collaborators. And in the question, it is unclear whether this simply means members of BIA or people who were with BIA or any other connotation of that word.
I
So-
understood it very differently, but I will give Madame Prosecutor the floor in reaction to what you have said.
Your Honors, I can only say that the word speaks by itself, and I will ask questions to the witness about it. I'm not sure what whether the defense counsel wants to point out to anything
defense-
regarding the meaning about, I mean, the word is pretty clear on the transcript.
Defense counsel, it was used in the transcript, so I think...
Yes, but it was also used just now by the witness. That he said, I'm not sure what you mean with collaborators. So that is why I was wondering. And in the, may I, for a second, please?
Please take off the microphone, because if not, everybody can hear
Excuse
it.
me.
No, it's
Oh,
for
so-
you. It's for your
Yes.
privacy.
Okay, my Albanian is not what it should be, but the word used in Albanian means basically associates. Bashkëpunëtori. So that is why it is translated in collaborators, but I just want to make sure that we are not going to give this word any other meaning than what it is supposed to mean in the Albanian language. So that's why I think it is important to, even the witness said, I'm not sure what you mean about collaborators. That's,
Excuse me? Madam Prosecutor, what I propose to do is that you go back to the original source where you based your question on. You cite that, so that's clear in which context it was used, and then you ask your question. Would that be a way to proceed?
Of course, Your Honors. I didn't want to repeat because that's what I did. I did read the live transcript. But if you want, I can expand on that and read the question as posed by the defense counsel and the full answer given by the witness.
Apparently, it was not clear for the witness because he came up with the question. So,
of course, Your Honors.
Madam Court Usher, could you bring in Mr. Mehmetai, please? Come back, we will proceed.
Mr. Mekmetai, in order to make the previous question and answer clearer, I will cite from today's transcript, page 56 to 57, and I will read the question as posed by the Defense Counsel together with your answer so that it is clear what we are referring to. Is that okay? We'll proceed that way. Okay. So I'll start reading 6 of today's live transcript, line 24, which starts with the question by the Defense Counsel. So, February 1999, this is the question. Earlier, you spoke about the fact that you were in Butovsk staying after the NATO bombing. Was your work or area of operation any different? Did it become any different whether you were actually doing tasks for BIA or whether you were doing that for the LAP operational zone? Was there a very big difference or was there any distinction, so to speak? To that question, your answer, Mr. Mekmetai, was, we are now at page 57, line 5, when I received the news orally that I was appointed to this position at the LAP operational zone level, of course, we discussed the ideas on how to work, to find the collaborators, to improve work. Do you remember that now?
May I continue?
You remember?
Okay.
Yes, I remember very well. And I may continue my answer to the question asked of me earlier by the prosecutor. Can I, Your Honor, continue?
No,
Let
you
me
can
pose the question.
not. The prosecutor will now ask a question to you and you can respond to that. Let us keep it organized and focused.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, was it important for the KLA to identify collaborators? And again, it's a yes or no answer.
I can't give just an answer yes or no, given what I said earlier. I would kindly ask you not to be guided by prejudice. I didn't mean collaborators in the negative sense. I meant people who cooperated with us, who I wanted to involve in my work in the lab operational zone. Not collaborationists in Albanian, but cooperators, collaborators for the KLA who would work in its various structures, brigades and other units. And not what you are putting to me now.
Okay, so you mean that when you said collaborators, you referred to people cooperating with the KLA?
With me personally. Because I was responsible for that sector of morale and politics. I needed to find people who might represent this sector in the brigades of lab operational zones. They were soldiers.
We now go back to the question I asked, and can you answer that question? I will repeat that again. So my question was whether it was important for the KLA to find and identify collaborators, and by that I did not mean people working with you, but actually people working against.
For the KLA, what was important and necessary was freedom, and to achieve that freedom, and this was the utmost goal of the KLA, to my knowledge.
Again, can you give an answer to my question? I understand the premise, but can you answer that question?
It is a question that I find difficult to answer because we never had to deal with collaborationists.
Okay, so you're saying that this issue never raised and that you were not aware of anyone working against the KLA and therefore with the enemy. Is that your testimony today?
To what I know and wherever I was present, this problem was never discussed. What we always discussed was the problem we had with the occupier in Kosovo.
Okay, Mr. Mehmetai, I will go to some part of your statement that you gave to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office in January 2020. I will, before doing that, let me ask you this question. Were you aware of the tensions in Slash?
No, never.
You were not.
I was not aware of the tensions in Slash.
Okay, that's pretty clear. Your Honors, may I refresh the witness recollection by reading some excerpt from the SPO interview? So I will need...
Madam Prosecutor, I would say that for this part, let us pull up the document because it's quite extensive what he has declared on that.
Absolutely, Your Honors. That's why I was about to call up the transcript. Can I please have 072957 TRET? I need part 4, page 5. I'll start with line 12, I think. And before we go into that, Mr. Mehmetai, let me clarify. So you're saying you never heard any discussions about collaborators during your time in the KLA? Is that what you're saying?
Madam Prosecutor, Your Honor, I'm here under oath today to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. And when I say the truth and nothing but the truth, I base myself from what I saw, from what I touched physically, or something that I was told by a direct actor. So I am here under oath, and I will not speak on any other basis. I'm here to tell you the truth and nothing but the truth. And I'm under oath as I speak now.
Mr. Mehmetai, thank you for the reminder. Can you please answer my question? And again, it was a simple question. I was just wondering whether you never heard any discussion, anything about collaborators during your time with the KLA. It's a yes or no answer. Can I please have your answer on that?
I did not see, I didn't have knowledge, I didn't hear about collaborationists in the KLA. I think this is what Madam Prosecutor is asking me about.
So your answer is no. Okay. I now see we have we have the transcript of the SPO interview on the screens. I will read the question that the prosecutor put to him, to you, sorry, back then in January 2020. So, Your Honors, I'm reading from line 12. Mr. McMetai, you will hear the translation in your headphones. So, this is the question. So, Albanian collaborators were being detained in locations like La Pasticcia, Bajgora, but were Albanian suspected collaborators being detained in Slash? And this was the question of the prosecutor. I'm now going to read your answer, line 15 of the same page 5. You answered, I have information. I obtained this information after the war. Then in Slash, there was a room where people would be stopped. The question of the prosecutor, what sort of people would be stopped? And you replied, I don't have any further information. I don't have information whether they were collaborators, whether they were soldiers, they were people that caused damage, or they were thieves, or what type of person they were. So I read until the end of your answer to the first set of questions. So let me ask you again. You told us today you never heard of detentions in Slash. This is not what you told us in the prior statement given to the SPO. Now that I've read that portion, that refresh your recollection of whether you had heard, in fact, of detention in Slash, and in particular of suspected collaborators being detained in Slash. Does that refresh your memory?
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. You read this part, but if you go further down in my statement, you will find the answer I just gave you, what I stated there in front of you, and you were present in that session together with Prosecutor Andrew. I only said what I heard after the war. It was a hearsay, something that was not confirmed and was not true. Here I am under oath and I cannot speak based on hearsay.
Yes, Mr. McMetai, let me read again. I pull up that part because you said to me, when I asked whether you were aware of detention in Slash, you said, I'm reading from page 76, line 22 of today's live transcript, I was not aware of detentions in Slash. That was your answer. So let me finish. I called up the transcript, so then I'm asking you again, does that refresh your recollection of whether you were aware of detentions in Slash? Yes or no?
I explained it very well, what information I had, what my knowledge I had. If you go a paragraph further down, you will find that answer. That information was inaccurate, not confirmed, it was hearsay. Who said that? We don't know. So I represent here today only what I know, information that is confirmed and that is true.
Yes, Mr. McMetai, and in fact, I'm asking you about what you know, what you heard. You initially said you were not aware of any detentions. Are you now saying you are? Do you remember now having said that you were aware of detentions in Slash to the SPO in January 2020?
Madam Prosecutor, please make a distinction between what I'm saying. It's a distinction between hearsay and what you know. I didn't have knowledge, and what was talked about on the streets or in circles, that I do not represent here today. I here represent the truth because I am under oath.
Mr. Mekmetai, you just said to the prosecutors back then, January 2020, that you had heard of the tensions in Slash. Is that correct? Can we please agree on that? And I'll move on with other questions.
Për këto që është
For what was talked about, for that part, it is okay. But that is not true. I don't have knowledge about it. I didn't see it. And here I am today under oath to tell you the truth and all the truth. It's in my own interest to do that, and it's in the interest of this court.
So you did hear...
Madam Prosecutor, sorry, I want to make a short interruption. Mr. Mehmetai, we have asked you, we want you to tell the truth, I said it this morning, about what you, inter alia, heard. So if you have heard this, that is what we want to know. If it's confirmed, not confirmed, you said it, you heard it, and that is something you can share. So that has nothing to do, you would not be breaking your oath if you are telling the panel what you have heard. So let me make that clear to you. Even if it's hearsay, there's a lot of hearsay, but even if there's hearsay, you can share that, you can tell it to the court without breaking your oath. So, okay. Madam Prosecutor, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. Okay, so Mr. Mehmetai, you heard that there was a room where people would be stopped in Slash, correct?
po pas asaj që
After what Her Honor explained to me in a way, I don't know if that is important for justice, hearsay, but if you think I should go into this topic, I will, but I don't think I'm obliged to say here things that are not true.
Okay, Mr. Mehmetai, I'm just asking you questions about what you heard. You had told us previously you heard that there was a room in Slash where people were stopped. Do you remember that? And then we'll move on. Because you made clear your position. I'm just asking about what you heard. You confirm you heard about that, yes or no?
po nëse gjykatja
If Her Honor thinks that that will serve justice, I will answer the question that the prosecutor put to me.
Thank you. What will serve justice, we will see, but you are here to give answers to what you have heard, seen, sensed, experienced. So if this is something you have heard, you may share that with the panel.
okay.
Okay, let me ask again. So is that correct that you heard of the existence of a room in Slash where people would be stopped? Yes or no?
Me sa më kujtohet mu
As far as I remember, yes, as I have stated in that statement, yes, I did hear.
Where in Slash were those people held, according to what you heard?
në bazë të asaj që unë kam
Based on what I heard, there where that complex of houses was that we saw here.
So you're referring to the location in Slash, the one that you called safe house used by BIA appeal that we saw in the aerial photo shot by the defense counsel, correct?
Nuk është reime.
It's not a shelter used by BIA, but used by everyone else, not only by BIA, civilians, soldiers, as I explained earlier.
I'll put the question again. I was focusing on the part related to the rooms that BIA used because that is the statement you said before. So again, are you referring to the building appeal that we saw in the aerial photo where BIA had rooms that they were using and that you call the safe house, right? Can we agree on that?
Po.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember who told you about those detentions? Who gave you that information? Where you heard about that information?
As I've mentioned it earlier, this was information talked about. It's not clear and not at all in my memory registered who, what. It is something that I believe is completely untrue.
Besides an evaluation on it, going back to my question, do you remember who told you about that or from whom did you hear that information? So I don't think you answered my question. So can we go back to it and have an answer, please?
I answered the question put to me by Madam Prosecutor, Your Honor.
What was your answer?
My answer was that this was an information, something talked about. I don't have knowledge, I don't remember who said that.
Okay, that's clear now, thank you. Would Salih Mustafa, the commander of BIA, know about these issues? Know about the existence of such a place in...
Your Honor, forgive me to interrupt. I do not think that the witness...
You have the floor, but...
Excuse me.
I always like to...
Sorry.
For the translation, it's not that I like it so much, but then it's clear who's talking. Victims' counsel, defense counsel, you have the floor.
The witness cannot possibly know what Mr. Salih Mustafa knows or doesn't know. So when you pose a question, what somebody else knows, I believe that it is not something that the witness can testify about.
I disagree on that.
Well,
Madam Prosecutor, you may continue.
Your Honor, the base of my question was also prior statements given by the witness, but I'll continue and then I'll go into that if necessary. Mr. McMetai, would Salih Mustafa be in a position to know about these issues, about the existence of such a place in Slash?
Based on the competence Salih Mustafa had and based on the organization of BIA unit, he did not have that authority to know that or to take any such actions. I never discussed this issue with Salih, and I know personally that he did not have knowledge about this, Salih Mustafa. It was not his competence to deal with these subjects, with these themes.
Okay, well, first of all, again, you did not answer my question, but I understand you did discuss these issues with him in order to be able to say that he had no knowledge about this. I'm just quoting the transcript. You said, I know personally that he did not have knowledge about this.
Madam Prosecutor, I read here, I have never discussed this issue with Salih. That's what he said. And he also says that and I know personally that he did not have knowledge about this, but in the phrase before he says that he did not discuss it.
That's
so
why
you
I wanted to clarify.
You cannot rephrase as that he has discussed it.
My question was whether, in fact, he had discussed it, considering that he said he has knowledge. What did he say? Yes, he has knowledge that I know personally that he did not have the knowledge about this. So, Mr. Mekmetai, I wanted to clarify. Did you, in fact, discuss it or not with Mr. Salih Mustafa, these issues? I just see a contradiction in your answer, and I'm asking you to clarify.
Madam Prosecutor, you are also, again, led by the prejudice to uncover the untruth, not the truth. I said we never discussed this, and based on the competencies he had, because I know Salih Mustafa.
Please answer the question, yeah, with any comments. You are not here to give comments. You are just here to answer the questions. And I give you leeway, but please refrain from talking in that way.
You need me to repeat the question.
I would, first of all, would like to apologize, Your Honor. I just came to a conclusion that my words were twisted, were transmitted in a different way, and that's why I said what I said. Madam Prosecutor, we did not discuss that, and Salih Mustafa did not have the competencies for what you are talking about.
Then clarify a part of your prior testimony to the SPO. And Your Honor, I'm referring to the same transcript, part 4, page 8, lines 8 to 22. You were asked about what you heard of these detentions and from whom. And I wanted to ask you about this specific part.
Madam Prosecutor, I want to ask Madam Court Officer if she can make it if she can make the transcript a little bit smaller on the screen in order that we see it from, you said line 8 till 22.
So yes, I was giving context.
Yes.
From line
no,
8.
but you said, but then we can see it all. Only for that, thank you. Please, proceed.
Yes. I was giving context and explaining that the witness was answering question about what he heard, etc. And I wanted to ask you, Mr. Mekmetai, about the part where you said line 18 to 20, lines 18 to 20, I don't know. I'm reading your answer. I don't know. I don't have any information with regards to that. I think for this, it is good to ask the commander of the guerrilla, the Commander Salih. Do you remember that part?
I see that I have said that, but I don't remember how we came to this point. What was your previous question? If you allow me, I will read it so that I can become better familiar with it.
Can you read English, Mr. McMitai?
I read only for myself. For lexoj veç për rritje.
Only for myself, I can understand. I'd like to read it for myself to have a clear idea.
Guide your reading, my question was, I was trying to understand whether the information regarding detention, whether there would be something that Commander Salih would be in a position to know about or to have heard about. That was the scope of my question.
Yes. I gave this answer that you referred to, but after you insisted whether Commander Salih knew such things. What I'm saying was meant not to disorientate someone else. I already said that it was not part of his job, of his duties, to do that. You could have asked Commander Salih not only about this, but about everything else that you wanted.
Yes, Mr. McMitai, but you basically volunteered this information. The question to you wasn't whether Commander Salih knew or not. You said that this is something, in fact, you said, yes, I think for this it's good to ask the commander of the guerrilla, Commander Salih. That's what you said. You volunteered this information. And again, my question is simply, would Commander Salih be in a position to know or to have heard about these detentions in Slash? I go back to my question, if you can please answer it now.
My answer is no.
Okay, well, would it surprise you, Mr. McMitai, to know that we have evidence from Mr. Mustafa that he too was informed or heard rumors that civilians were detained at the location where BIA had its safe house in Slash? I take it you were not aware of that, of Commander Salih's knowledge about this, right?
I don't know. I'm surprised to hear that.
The references for the record, Your Honors. This was in the interview of Mr. Mustafa with the SPO on the 19th of November 2019. The transcript reference is 069404 TRET, Part 7, page 15, lines 7 to 15. I would also...
Madam Prosecutor, sorry to interrupt, but just a moment of order. We will continue for another 25 minutes, till 4:30. Then we have 15 minutes break, yes, and then we continue for another half an hour. That's our intention for today. Yeah?
Yes, thank you, Your Honors.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you.
Okay, so you said you did not know about that. So if you didn't think that Commander Salih would have knowledge about it, then why did you tell the prosecutors to ask Commander Salih about that, about the detentions? I'm going back to the part of your testimony to the SPO that I'm trying to understand. Why did you say that if you knew he did not have knowledge? Or if you thought that you didn't have knowledge?
I am telling you the truth, because I don't know that he had knowledge about that, and I don't believe he did.
Interrupt, but my question was whether, so why did you tell the prosecutors to ask him about that? Can you explain that?
Because I don't believe this is the only case when I said ask Salih, when you insisted on asking me something. Even earlier in this interview, I have repeatedly said ask Salih, and he may tell you the truth. But not specifically to ask him because he knows. I didn't mean that. You might try to put that on me, but I didn't have this intention. So I just said that you can ask him.
I wanted to put to you something that Mr. Mustafa said in that interview. The transcript reference is the same, but this time it's part 8, page 6, lines 14 and 15. Mr. Mustafa said, everybody, talking about this detention room, he said everybody that was around there would call it the detention room. Does that resonate with you? You were also around there at some point. Did you ever hear about this detention room, as it was called?
Regarding what I heard, based on hearsay, I said that I didn't hear. Other than that, I didn't hear anything else.
Again, to answer my question, you're saying that, so did you hear or not about the expression a detention room there in Zlash?
I answered earlier, Mrs. Prosecutor, about what I heard.
Okay, and again, did you hear specifically about the expression detention room? Yes or no? If it is yes, and you were trying to clarify, let's just agree on that.
I explained earlier what I heard from uncertain sources. I told you what I have heard, as I already stated in this interview given to the prosecutor.
Okay, just a second, Your Honors. I need to look into the next area. Okay, Mr. Magnetai, thanks for your patience. I wanted to discuss with you some matters related to statements you made. So first of all, to recap, you were, to give an intro, you were summoned by the SPO on 17 December 2019. Do you remember that?
Yes, correct.
That public, I mean, the fact that you were summoned for an interview by the SPO.
When I received the summons in my office, I don't remember very well whether it was that night or on the next day that I posted it on Facebook. And I had my reasons why I did that.
Look at this post. Can I please have on the screens? I will call both the original and the translation. ERN SPOE 00325284. And if I can please have on the other side of the screen the corresponding English translation. SPOE 00325284/ET. We have already the original on the screen, Mr. Mehmetai. So this is the post we're talking about, right?
Full.
Yes, that's it.
18th of December 2019, which is the day after you were summoned by the SPO.
Okay.
Now I'm going to just read some parts of it. You have the original. So you said yesterday afternoon, one of the investigators delivered the summons. I will not read everything as we all have it, but just some parts in order to ask you some question. You said in the second part, in the second paragraph, I will proudly attend a summons, even though I continue to think that this is an unjust and biased court. So you call this court unjust and biased, right?
Yes. Even to this day, I abide by the same opinion. I may explain if you want.
Let me finish this part.
Okay.
Yeah. So you expressed or say volunteered your opinion also during the interview, during your interview with the SPO.
Yes.
You remember that, right?
Yes.
You said
Okay,
yes?
yes.
Okay. Sorry, it wasn't audible.
Okay. Yes.
This was a part one of your SPO interview of 23 January 2020, page 7, lines 1723. Again, you said, it's a biased court because this court, I'm reading, should have been established many years ago in order to address the war crimes that were committed against the community. So you, again, repeated to us during the interview your opinion about the court. And you volunteered this information. There were no questions about that. Do you remember that?
Yes, correct.
Did you speak with Mr. Mustafa before and after your interview with the SPO, which took place on 23 January 2020? Do you remember if you spoke to him then?
From 18 years of age, I have always been close to Mustafa. I told you earlier, but
specifically before and after the interview. So like I gave you a, let's say, 1 day time frame. I'm not asking in general. Is that clear?
Mr. Mehmetai, please answer the question.
Okay.
yes, I have met him. I only told him that I have received a summons, only that. We didn't go into any length.
So you confirm you met with him in person, or you spoke with him. Can you clarify that? You said
I said that I wish justice to triumph here, justice to be done, and I wish that he's released and I meet him again. It's normal to meet someone you are close with.
him right before or after, or anyway, in the vicinity of the interview, and I'll go into the details in a bit. You did not talk at all about the subject of the interview? Is that what you're saying?
Të qëllim për me diskutu për
We didn't have any specific deliberate meeting to discuss the interview because I was informed that I shouldn't discuss what we discussed during the interview with anyone. So he didn't discuss his interview with anyone either. So we both respect justice.
Can I have on the screens SPOE 0032 5449, 0032 5450? And I know it is practice not to show these documents to the public, but please, I wanted to make sure that this is not shown on the public record. Thank you. I will give a description for the public, although they will not see the document. This is a call log covering logged calls between Salih Mustafa, the owner of the telephone, and other users in the period between December 2019 and February 2020. Mr. McMetai, can you just please look at record number 1, if this can be zoomed in, please? The part related to the parties from 2. Can you please look at the number just above the name Bimi, and without mentioning the number, can you just say or confirm whether this is your number?
Yes, I know very well my number and Salih's number. The up one is Salih's and then mine. These two numbers I hear. Yes, and I am very familiar with both. I know them by heart.
Needed to know. Can we now go to page 2 of the document, please? And if Mr. McMetai, if you can please look at call log number 8. So this shows a call between you and Mr. Mustafa on the 22nd of January, the day before the interview, right?
I see here, but it shows that there was no answer, if I'm not mistaken. The call was not answered.
Log number 8 says answered.
Yes, correct here.
So if we can go back to page 1 of the document, and Mr. McMetai, I will ask you to look at call logs number 6 and 7.
Okay.
And the date is the 23rd of January 2020. There is the day of your interview with the SPO. And if we look at the time, you'll be reminded of the fact that you called Mr. Mustafa at 17, 19, and then 20 in the afternoon of the 23rd of January, which was only 5 minutes after the conclusion of your interview with the SPO, which we know from part 4, page 28 of the transcript, that was ended at 17:12. You remember that, right? I mean, we can see that. You agree?
Yes, I agree with what I see here, but not with what you think.
Asking you whether you agree or not.
Okay.
We can remove this document. So, Mr. McMetai, I understand, do you consider yourself, let me put it openly, do you consider yourself a friend of Salih Mustafa, the accused in this case?
Yes, certainly. Not only friend, more than friend.
Thing on Facebook in support of Mr. Salih Mustafa.
Special.
Yes, several times.
I want to look with you to some of this post. Were you aware that Mr. Mustafa was called by the SPO for an interview in November 2019?
Nëse kish pas mundësi edhe njerë ma sharu pyet.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Aware that Mr. Salih Mustafa was summoned for an interview with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office in November 2019? Were you aware of that?
Po.
Yes.
Did you post anything about it? I mean, about the fact that he was going to be interviewed by the SPO?
Po besoj që po, nuk e
I think so, but I may have forgotten some things, but I believe yes, when he left for The Hague. I'm not very sure.
Document marked with the ERN SPOE 00325261 to 00325281. I only need the first page of the original on the screen, and if Madam Court Officer could please put also next to it the translation, SPOE 00325261 ET. Thank you. Do you remember this post, Mr. McMetai? It is dated the 18th of November 2009.
Po.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Mustafa was interviewed by the SPO on the 19th of November, just for the record. So we see photos of you with Mr. Mustafa. You accompanied him to the Pristina airport before he left to come for the interview,
photos,
right?
Po kjo foto është
This photo was taken at the airport. I went to accompany him there. I didn't feel good about him going. I think this process is based on fake statements and news. For a freedom fighter, for a fighter that fought for his rights, to start to initiate a process that deprives him of his right and life, I was excited, and I don't remember what I wrote, but I can see that here. I can explain every word that I said then, if you want.
Statements that you made again against this court in that context, but I can read those. I will just read one. I was looking at the part where, yes, you said the court was set up, I'm reading for the first line, against the Albanians who fought for liberation. Then you say, this is a disgrace, an injustice. This is done to ignore and denigrate the liberators. And then the last sentence, we all have the full text on the screens. Shame on those who summoned him and also those who cook it. So you remember calling out for shame on those who summoned him, well, in that case, the SPO.
Po kushdo që e ka
Whoever summoned him based on fake statements and testimonies. I said I was very excited, but even now, when I think of that situation, thinking of an injustice done against the freedom fighters that we needed so much, who brought freedom to Kosovo, even though I don't exclude the contribution of your country, Italy, to that.
Okay, thank you for that.
Madam Prosecutor,
Yes.
just for the record, I would like to ask Madam Court Officer to bring up the document in English a little bit more, because I think that the part you cited has fallen off. Okay. And where is the phrase you just cited, the last one?
It's the penultimate line, Your Honors. Shame on those who summoned him.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
The post can be removed, thanks. Mr. McMetai, Salih Mustafa was then arrested and transferred to the detention unit of the Kosovo Specialist Chambers on the 24th of September 2020. By then, had you read the indictment and the charges against him?
Jo, not ku, pak ma vonë.
Not at that time, sometime later.
In the meantime, can I please have on the screens SPOE 00325341?
Madam Prosecutor, it's some minutes before 4:30, and I would like to take a short break at 4:30 or around 3:30, excuse me. So if you could keep that in mind.
Yes, Your Honors. I'm only going quickly through this and another one, and then I'm done. I'll be wrapping up in 4 minutes. Is that agreeable?
Okay. You don't have to wrap up. It's just that I want to have a break for all of us.
Okay, Mr. McMetai, this is a post dated the 26th of September 2020. That is 2 days after the arrest of Mr. Mustafa. And it's a photo, a recent photo, I would say. I mean, not from the times of war, correct? Of you and Mr. Mustafa. Yeah. So you said, I was asking you a question about whether you had read the indictment by then, and you said not by then. Can I ask you whether you had read it by the time you posted this photo on Facebook? Yes or no? The 26th of September, so 2 days later.
Minister 6 shtator 2020.
I made this posting only with Salih. There is no text accompanying that. And I know that I read the indictment later.
Comments or anything, I just ask whether by then, that is by the 26th of September, you had read the indictment, yes or no, because you said I read it later, so I'm trying to understand when it is that you read it.
I don't remember whether I read it on that day, but I did read it later.
Do you remember more or less if it was a matter of weeks, months? Just to give us an approximation, I don't need a specific date.
Several days later.
Several days later, like after the 24th of September, you had read the indictment. Okay.
Yes.
The exact, the location of the indictment, when you read it, I guess? You read about the location where crimes were alleged to have been committed, right?
I read the indictment as it was written there, and it was unacceptable and unjust to me.
The dates of the indictment and the charges, yes or no?
Yes, it spoke about names, dates, locations, which are not real to me.
Okay, so I take that as a yes. Can we move to the last post and then we can take the break? I want to show you a more recent post dated the 10th of April 2021, so about a year ago. This is ERN SPOE 0032 5407 to 0032 5428. I would like to have both the first 2 pages next to each other, if possible. Okay, so that's visible, thank you. So about page 2, the post where we see you with a T-shirt. So this is you, Mr. Mekmetai, right, with the T-shirt with Mr. Mustafa's, Mr. Salih Mustafa's face on it, right?
Yes, it's me. And Salih Mustafa is on my T-shirt on the side of the heart.
Have we can leave page 1 with the text and have next to it the first page of the corresponding English translation, SPOE 00325407ET, please. And again, I just want to ask you about the statements you made in that context, and this was like about a year ago. Because we have the text in both languages, I will just go through some lines. The first line, you said, we have always fought Serbia together from the age of 17. Line 2, we did never split up or stop or budge in the face of challenges or danger. The end of the second paragraph, you again seem to call for shame. Shame on all those hired hands, servants, subservient and servile people. And then just the part, also there's a part about hatred again. 1, 2 is a third paragraph, with the hatred against the locals who voted for the specialist chambers and in so doing offered a great service to the enemy and became subservient to some internationals. And at the end, you say, Salih and Bimi are the same. Remember making these statements.
Yes, it's correct.
Wearing in this post a T-shirt showing the face of Mr. Mustafa on the side of your heart to show support for him, right?
Yes, correct.
Today, right?
Thank you for this question. I'm here to support justice, of course, because I really believe that justice will go in favor of my friend Salih, freedom fighter. I'm not mistaken if I do that. I will always support justice. I'm sure of what I'm saying. There have been people who have come here to testify about untruths, things that have nothing to do with the truth and the reality. I believe that the honorable panel will take justice to the end as they should. I respect the court and the trial.
Let's leave it to that. Thank you, Your Honors. I think we can take the break now.
We can discuss it again.
For now, we will take a break. Madam Court Usher, could you usher the witness out? We will come back in 15 minutes, just a short break. 15 minutes. Okay. The hearing is adjourned.
All right.
All right.
Please be seated. Very well. Madame Court Usher, could you bring the witness in, please? Sorry for this. Welcome back. Before we continue with the cross-examination by Madam Prosecutor, Mr. McMatai, I have one comment for you. On page 98, lines 2 and 3, you said after giving an answer, you made a remark regarding Italy and its contribution to your country. I warn you to refrain from making any comments, personal comments or attacks on anyone present in this court. I won't allow it anymore. Did you get that?
I apologize if you understood it that way. I spoke good words about the country in question. That is, that it helped in our liberation struggle.
Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor if you want to continue.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you very much. Mr. McMatai, I want to ask about your knowledge about some concerning KLA members. I will have a number of names to put to you. So first, do you know someone called Ilmi Vela?
Yes.
Can you tell us his full name, please?
This is the name I know.
Was his full name Ilmi Rakovica?
It could be, but the name I know is that one. This is the name I knew.
Do you know what was his nickname, if any?
Yes, I've heard the nickname Vdekia, meaning death.
Why would he be called by such a nickname?
That I don't know. I don't think someone called him that, but he called himself that. He chose that name for himself because we all chose our own pseudonyms. My pseudonym, Bimi, was from my childhood. Salih too, his pseudonym Salih was from his childhood. And some others, they had to choose pseudonyms, and it was out of their own free will which that one would be.
death was also the way he was nicknamed and known by others, correct?
Kështu e ka përdor, që ashtu kam dëgjuar.
This was what he used, what I heard.
And was it the name by whom, the nickname by whom, by which he was called also by others? My question was slightly different. If you can answer that, please.
Më falë se s'e kam kuptu.
I apologize, I did not understand your question.
Was he called Vedekya death by other people? By
Po, unë besoj po.
I believe yes. I personally didn't call him because I didn't meet him, but I believe yes, he was.
Was he a BIA member?
Po, ka qenë. Po,
Yes, he was.
Present in Slash?
Ato nuk e di.
That I don't know. I didn't see him, I didn't meet him ever.
And are you aware of anything else about him? About his conduct, his behavior?
Po, më kujtohet kështu që
I remember Salih telling me that he was dismissed from our organization, BIA, due to his conduct. I know that he was demobilized, that his weapon was taken away, and that he was left free as a citizen, no longer a soldier.
And did he have a bad reputation? Do you know whether he had a bad reputation or criminal past or something like that?
unë këto djeni që
What I'm talking about now, that knowledge, is what I learned after the war. At that time, I didn't know whether he had a criminal past or not. He was relieved of his duty because of some mistakes that he did or something like that.
Do you know what conduct led to his dismissal?
jo, nuk e di ma shumë nuk di.
I don't know anything else about this.
Something you said previously during your SPO interview. I'll be quoting from part 3, page 32. And this is 0729 5070 RET. You told us he had, so the question was, so he acquired some notoriety then, a bad reputation, and you replied, yes, sorry.
Pa bon një konsult me dika.
May I consult with somebody from the administration or with the lawyer or with her owner?
Transcript called up on the screens. I can do that, so
Jo,
that you see
po
with
du
your
me bo një
eyes.
sugjerim me të
No, I want to make a suggestion directly to her owner. We have to be careful when we speak about people, about their pseudonyms, because it can lead to a conflict in where I come from. So we have to be careful.
Jonas, may I suggest we go into private session for that?
Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into private session?
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you. Madam Prosecutor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. McMetai, my next question is whether you have knowledge of someone nicknamed Tabut or Tabuti.
Pók.
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what the word Tabut or Tabuti mean?
Tabu do tutaj
Tabuti is the name for the coffin where the dead body is placed.
zijn regel voor proxime.
I hope it's good for the interpretation.
Can you tell us the full name of the person nicknamed Tabut or Tabuti?
Amnios nazyw bijamy
Nazif. I'm not very sure about his last name.
We have information that the full name is Nazif Musliu. Does that sound familiar to you?
Jo, nuk jam I sigurt.
I'm not certain about this last name.
Was he a BIA member, the Tabut you knew?
Po ka qenë, po.
Yes, he was.
And which BIA sector was he in?
Ka qenë një prej njësiteve
In one of the units of BIA guerrilla unit. I may make a mistake if I say when, because I'm not sure. But I do know that he was a member of one of the BIA units, but whether he was in the logistic sector or not, because he dealt with supplies, maybe he was, but I'm not certain.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge of someone called Bari or Baria?
për dikant që është
Someone by the name of Bari? Yes, if you mean what I know.
So the full name, so that I check if I'm in the same person.
nëse është fjale për bari
If we are talking about Bari Gashi, yes. If you mean someone else, some other Bari, I don't know.
And what nickname did Bari Gashi have, if any?
bafta, bafta.
After.
For this nickname?
Jo, është
No. It's just the short form of Bahri, I think.
Was he a BIA member?
po ka qenë
Yes, he was.
Which sector of BIA was he in? Or which role did he have?
bari goshi
Bari Gashi operated for a time in Albania. Then he came to Pristina and joined BIA. And when Is Castrati, deputy commander, died during fighting, Barigashi became first deputy of Salih, deputy commander or first assistant. He was in that position.
So do I understand it right that after yourself took the role at the LAP zone command level in February 1999, did Isa Castrati become the deputy commander or first assistant of Mr. Mustafa?
po kështu është, po.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and was this until he died on 21st or 23rd of April 1999, correct?
Po sakt.
Yes, correct.
Then after him, the first assistant or deputy commander became Parigashi, correct?
Po sakt.
Yes, correct.
Today you were asked also about someone called Afrim, but you said you didn't know his full name, right?
Jo, nuk
I don't know about his last name. There was a Afrim, but I never had any contacts with him, even during the war. And I don't know his last name even now or other things.
Was there a BIA soldier called Fatmir?
Yes, there was.
Do you know his full name or his nickname? If you
No, I don't. I don't remember neither his last name or his nickname.
So you called him Fatmir.
Yes, Fatmir.
What about someone called Avni?
I don't know about him.
Okay. And you also said you knew someone nicknamed Dardan, right?
Yes, there was one. With the exception of Avni, that I don't know, the others were, yes. Avni too might have been, but I don't know.
Okay, so about Avni, you did not know whether he was a BIA member and you didn't know his full name, right?
If I saw his face somewhere, or if you have a picture of him, I might be in a position to say whether I knew him or not, but like this I don't.
About Dardan, you also said that he was a BIA member, right? Okay.
Yes. No, I don't.
And then the last name I have is Bujar. Do you know someone called Bujar or Bujar?
No.
No.
Approaching the moment that we have to wrap up, so for today.
Yes, in fact, Your Honors, this ends the section related to names that I wanted to ask, so it can be actually a good time to stop for today.
Thank you very much. Can you inform the panel how much time you think you will need tomorrow for your examination?
Yes, Your Honors, I will look again, but I don't think I'll have more than 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Victims' Counsel, for tomorrow, would you like to examine the witness? Of course, you don't know what she's going to ask in the last 15 minutes, but and if you do, can you make an estimation, less or more, where we stand with the time you need?
Yes, I do have a few questions, unless they will be covered in the rest of the examination by the SPO, and I think not more than 20 minutes at the maximum, so possibly much briefer.
Okay, thank you very much. And I can imagine, Defense Counsel, that for now it's too early for you to say if you want to do redirect or not. Or can you already indicate that you would like to do redirect?
I think indeed we will do some redirect, I think.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Mehmetai, for now, the hearing will be adjourned. I wish you that you rest well. Please don't discuss your statement you have been giving here with anyone. And we see you back tomorrow at 9:30 in court. And thank you.
Thank you, respectful judge. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Madam Court-Archer. Let us see. Madam Prosecutor, is there anything else you would like to raise for now?
No, Your Honors, thank you.
Okay, good. And the Victims' Counsel?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And Defense Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, regarding the order of the witnesses, there was just one question, whether we wanted to file it as a filing or as an email. The conduct of proceedings decision on it was not clear for the prosecution, but there's no problem if we do it through a filing.
We
This
would
is
have
the-
a preference for a filing.
Okay. Yes.
So thank you. Thank
So
you
we'll
for asking.
probably do it today for the entire month of April. It will include also obviously next week, but that's it. And we assume 3 witnesses per week.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and you could take into account your own estimation, and if it would be wise in order to try to make them fit in the schedule, maybe to change the order. That I leave to you, and if there are any problems, you can always raise it in court. Very well. Then, if this is it, we will resume tomorrow, Thursday, 24th of March, for one session from 9:30 till 11. Let us see if we will finish tomorrow, and if not, it will be. We will continue on Monday. We are not going to rush anything, of course. I thank the parties and the victim counsel for their attendance, and also I thank Madame Stenographer and the interpreters, and the audiovisual booth and the security for their assistance. The hearing is adjourned.
All right.